Pum pum pum.
We're,
Pum, ba-dum, pum, pum,
we're
pum.
here.
We're back, baby. We are live and kicking. Okay. Special episode. What we're going to do is stop reading the Summa Theologica just for one day, maybe two. And what we're going to do is summarize the last two treatises, the first two treatises of the Summa, which is what we've read so far. And what we're going to do is supplement that with a whole bunch of other stuff. Well, we've been reading through it. Lots of other philosophers from before Aquinas and after Aquinas have popped into our heads, and we've only mentioned some of them. So what we're going to do is share screen. Pum, pum, pum. Where is this? I'm sure I put it up here. Okay, we're going to share screen.
We're going to summarize the Summa.
We're going to summarize just the first two that we read. That's right. So we've done videos on this. We've made notes, and we're going to remind ourselves of some of these arguments and some of the arguments that were brought up by the objectors. I guess I'd have to make this wider. There's no other way around it. So let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. That might be good for
awesome.
now.
Great. Looks good.
Yeah, awesome, except it makes this all tricky. How about we do it like this? How about I go boom like that, and then grab this over here. So sorry, we're almost ready. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's our whiteboard. Okay, we'll leave that there. All right. Un momento, por favor. We'll grab that. It's probably changing shape up there. And that's probably good enough. Okay. Technological issues are being resolved. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to remind ourselves of everything that we've read so far in the first two treatises. And whenever either Roger or myself are put in mind of some other philosophical concept, we're going to just sort of supplement what we've been doing by reading excerpts of those things. And in addition to that, Roger has put together, very kindly, a nice little lecture on Aristotle and the way he thinks, which is obviously, if you've been paying attention to the previous videos, super duper relevant to what we're up to. But before we get started, we need to do something that will make all of this and everything else in the universe better. It's called the simultaneous sip. And your tip for living a good life today is that we will be drinking an espresso flavored soda imported from Italy, which there is nothing better you could be drinking, I promise you. So go ahead and find your local Italian import store and do yourself a favor and pick up one of these. In any event, it's even good when it explodes all over your computer keyboard. Un momento, por favor. Oh, we got.
We've got some more technical issues of the fluid variety.
We have baptized our technology in glorious Italian imported espresso flavored soda. So now we're definitely ready to go. And all you have to do is grab your cup, your mug, your glass, your tankard, your chalice, your thermos, perhaps your stein, your canteen jug or flask, your vessel of any kind, and fill it with your favorite liquid. I won't say it a third time, but you know what I'm drinking. And join me now for the unparalleled pleasure, the dopamine hit of the day, the thing that makes everything, literally everything better. It's called the simultaneous sip, and it happens right now. Go. Oh, that's a good one. Okay.
Yep.
Ready to rock and roll. All right, let's see what we can do here. If I continue playing around with this, does that get bigger? It does a little bit. We'll do that.
Yeah, it does. It's better for the readability, the text readability.
It might even help a little. All right, so on our website, we've got our videos and other things. We've got the text. So we remember that in the first treatise, before we get into all this fun philosophy, Aquinas is going to say, well, before I step on any toes, is there some other way that you might come to truth? And basically, his argument is summed up as this. Philosophy is everything that's based on human reason. So any knowledge you might come to through philosophy, and the other sciences are sort of like children of philosophy in his view. So it includes science, but anything that you come to that counts as knowledge through those methods is grounded. Its foundation is the rules of right thinking. It's human reason. He says, but there's another method, another means of getting to truth, perhaps some have claimed. And we want to examine that and see if it counts. And this is what he's calling sacred science. And sacred science is not based foundationally on human reason. Instead, it's based on revealed truths. So we have to ask ourselves, is that a legitimate way to get to truth? I mean, it's not what we're going to do as philosophers, but those priests, are they doing something legitimate? Well, we're going to have to examine it and find out. Do we need a way to truth besides the one which is based on human reason? Okay, so the first question he asks is that necessary? Like, is it actually something that we would be best to hope exists because we're going to need it? He says, look, granted that God exists and that man is his creation and that man was created to know God, the answer is yes. Now, he's not saying, please just let me smuggle all those propositions in. We've just gotten to the second treatise where he argues that God exists, and we'll get to the other treatises where he talks about God's creation and its ultimate aim and purpose and all of that stuff. He says, for now, assume, flip ahead and read those and then come back here and say, okay, being that that's all the case, the knowledge man needs of God is beyond his reason. It's not something he could get to through reason, the type of knowledge that he really needs. So if God created us and wants us to know him, he better reach down and give us some aid along the way. Men have to know something of that end in order to be directed towards knowing it more. One cannot be directed to knowing something that one knows nothing about. And the only way man can know something of God is either by reason or by revelation. So according to one, since this is beyond reason, therefore there must be a means of knowing God through and truth through divine revelation. We require it, so we better hope it exists. That's all he's establishing in the first question of the 10 that he asks about this thing. Now, this one proposition here, remember, we're going through this to remind ourselves of what we've read and not do all of it together, but this reminds us of something very important. You can know nothing of something you know nothing about. So what we might do is scroll down past all these cartoon versions of the arguments and everything and look at Meno's paradox. So Socrates and his method are talked about a lot and sometimes correctly, but while Socrates is insisting that he doesn't know anything and saying, look, I really don't know anything, so that's why I'm asking questions. All of you keep claiming to know stuff. I'm going to ask you questions because I'd love to learn. I'd love to learn from someone, and then I can prove the oracle at Delphi was wrong when she said that the gods have spoken that I'm the wisest man, because I know I don't know anything. So just show me one person who knows something. And then he keeps asking questions, and it turns out he is the only person who knows something. He's the only person who knows that he doesn't know anything. Everybody else thinks they know something. So while he's doing that, though, and he's deconstructing all of these pretenses to knowledge, he has a very interesting conversation with a person who says, now, wait a minute, Socrates, hold the phone. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. What do you mean you don't know anything? Because you're asking questions, and we've invented the word irony just to deal with you, because you're saying you don't know anything, but clearly you know a lot, or at least the people who we think know a lot are outdone by you. And so what's really going on here? And by the way, if you really don't know anything, how can you begin an inquiry into that thing? If you know nothing of the thing, and actually, if we go back to this cartoon here, oops, what did I click on? There we go. Meno's paradox is put this way. How will you even start asking questions about anything, Socrates, if you don't know anything about the thing you're asking questions about? What will you put forth as the subject of the inquiry? And if you find what you want, how will you know that this is the thing which you did not know before? There's something wrong with your method, Socrates. I mean, if you're really insisting that you don't know anything, then we shouldn't trust that you're ever going to get to it, or that if you did get to it, you would even be able to know that you got to it, since you didn't know anything about it to begin with. And Socrates' answer is, yeah, actually, that's a problem. A man cannot inquire either about that which he knows nor about that which he does not know. For if he already knows, he has no need to inquire. And if he doesn't already know, then he cannot. You're right. There's no way. So if he does not know the very subject about which he begins to inquire. So this is called Meno's paradox. Let's see if this website gives us a good summation about it. Meno's paradox is a famous puzzle from ancient times that asks a tough question about learning. Imagine you're trying to find out something hard or something that you've never heard about before. The paradox says that if you already know what you're looking for, you don't need to search because you already have the answer. But if you don't know what it is, how do you even start looking for it? This is the tricky part. You wouldn't recognize what it is that you're trying to find, even if it's right in front of you. So the big question is, can we really learn anything new at all? This comes from a conversation in the Meno, written by Plato, a famous philosopher in ancient Greece. Sorry, it's a little childish, but Meno's paradox started with a debate between two ancient Greek guys, Socrates and Meno. Okay, fine. Meno is puzzled and asks how we can look for something when we don't even know what it is. He thinks it's impossible. If you already know, finding it is a no-brainer, but if you don't know, then how can you even start to look? Paradox has baffled people because it makes it seem like learning something completely new is out of reach. Here's how Meno puts the problem. We just read that. The question really digs into how we can. All right, fine. So this website wasn't so helpful. Thank Google for all of their suggestions. But what we could do is maybe pull up the Meno here.
But do you know the solution to the Meno's paradox?
I know Plato's solution.
So I think everyone listening is literally on edge on their chairs now, wondering, well, if I don't know anything at all about something, about a subject, am I completely hopeless?
It's a good argument. Plato's answer is a good answer. So let's see here.
Yeah. It's kind of like in Joshua's book in the Bible. After crossing the River Jordan, Joshua comes across one of the members of the host of the Lord, and he literally doesn't describe anything of what he's seeing. He's just saying that it is an overwhelming character that tells him, you're treading hollow ground, take off your footwear. And he also says, I'm not fighting for either for you or for the Canaanites. I'm here fighting for at Yahweh's orders, basically. But we don't know if it's an angel, if it's a robotic mecha warrior kind of automaton. We have no idea. It literally fits no categories. So if we don't know even what category the thing we want to know belongs to, probably we're even more hopeless than just not knowing the thing.
Yeah, it puts all subjects that you're trying to learn about in that transcendent realm. Absolutely. And so how do you get out of that problem? I mean, like, if you really don't know anything about it, how do you know when you're finding something close to it? How do you know that you're getting closer to it? Meno starts right here.
My suspicion is explained in the symptom of the Greek language having like 7 million words compared to English, which has roughly 1 million words. I think the Greeks, when they wanted to grasp something, they are just starting to study, like Aristotle did many times. They would invent a lot of new words. And there are literally tons of Aristotle coined words all over his legacy. So I think the expansion of language is one of the ways to circumvent this problem.
Yeah, we spoke about the Greek language the other day, and ever since then, I've had a new wish for a magic wand that I could just understand Greek. If I could pick one language, I didn't realize it had 6 times as many words as English, or 5 times as many. But
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's. I wish I knew Greek, but Alas, maybe next year we'll start a Greek curriculum and we'll learn that and teach it at the same time. Wouldn't that be fun? Okay, so Meno poses his paradox. How can we inquire if we don't know anything? And Socrates responds, "I know, Meno, what you mean." He's like, "Yeah, actually, there's an issue here. But just see what a tiresome dispute you're introducing to argue that a man cannot inquire either about what he knows or about what he does not know. For if he knows, he has no need to inquire, and if he does not know, then he cannot, for he does not know the very subject about which he is about to inquire." And it says here, compare Aristotle. So I know you've got a lot of parts of Aristotle. We might add this one to it. So Socrates, or Meno says, well, Socrates, that's all well and good. Is the argument not sound? And Socrates says, I think not. And why not? Well, I'll tell you why. I have heard from certain wise men and women who spoke of things divine that all of a sudden we're in the transcendent realm already. He gets interrupted. What did they say? Said Meno. Well, they spoke of a glorious truth as I conceive it. What was it? Socrates says some of them were priests and priestesses who had studied how they might be able to give a reason for their profession. There have been poets also who spoke of these things by inspiration, like Pindar, many others who were inspired. And they say, mark now, and see whether their words are true. They say that the soul of man is immortal, and at one time has an end, which is termed dying, and at another time is born again, but it's never destroyed. And the moral is that a man ought to live always in perfect holiness, for in the 9th year, Persephone sends the souls of those from whom she has received the penalty of ancient crime back again from beneath into the light of the sun above. And these are they who become noble kings and mighty men and great in wisdom and are called saintly heroes in after ages. The soul, then, being immortal and having been born many times, and having seen all things that exist, whether in this world or in the world below, has knowledge of them all. And it is no wonder that she should be able to call to remembrance all that she ever knew about virtue and about everything. For as all nature is akin and the soul has learned all things, there is no difficulty in her eliciting, or as some men say, learning, out of a single recollection. Recollection is, of course, his answer to the question, all the rest. You never really learn something, you just become aware of the fact that you already knew it. And all learning is but recollection. If a man is strenuous and does not faint, for all inquiry and learning is but recollection. And therefore, we ought not to listen to this sophistical argument about the impossibility of inquiry, for it will make us idle and is sweet only to the sluggard. But the other saying will make us active and inquisitive. In that confiding, I will gladly inquire with you into the nature of virtue. And then they go on with their conversation.
We actually see recollection quite a lot with behaviors that we might see in young animals, like pets. Like, for instance, cats, when they first experience sand for their litter box, they easily figure out that it's for covering their business, basically. And if they don't figure it out by themselves, even a human being kind of doing this on the sand, kind of like demonstrating, they figure it out immediately. It's crazy. So it's almost like the knowledge of this behavior is already in these little kittens that are experiencing sand for the first time. And it's almost like it is genetic memory, almost, it
Like
seems.
innate.
And
Yeah.
and just so as it happens with this example of kittens, there are probably many examples of behaviors and skills and knowledge points, facts, or whatever about the world, ontological framings, whatever, that are already in us since birth for some reason, either by virtue of our genetics fundamentally, or our epigenetics, which is even more, it adds more uh, possibilities to what information is stored inside our individual cells. And so yeah, the scientism, as you put it, kind of has also arrived at um, conclusions that actually support prior knowledge, at least according to these examples that I've given.
That's right.
So Socrates is probably right. We aren't born as blank slates. We have at least structures in our brain that are so well tailored to, for instance, learning language, that it's crazy.
We could call this an epistemological argument for God's existence that's parallel to the Aquinas ones that we read in the second treatise just yesterday. Right. I mean, it's not accidental that Socrates has to go to the divine and the gods and the afterworld. He describes in great detail on the day of his death, I believe. And when he's in prison, he says, look, when you die, you get reunified with the absolute and you understand sameness because it's there, but it's not here, even though, and we talked about this in our last video, even though you can use like and dislike and those terms, you had to get that knowledge somewhere, but it's not here. So you get it there. Um, there's something transcendent about knowledge and the fact that you can get knowledge. Should we read Socrates in the same essay, the Meno, in the same dialogue, the Meno, where he illustrates that the slave boy understands geometry? For anybody who hasn't heard that before,
Well, knock yourself out, because it's a really interesting demonstration, I believe.
it's pretty fun. Let's see what we can do with this. I wonder if I can add the whiteboard to this. There we go. Let's say boom, boom, boom. How about like that? I'll move this to the side. Okay, so Socrates has said, you know everything, you just don't know you know it, so you got to remember it and recollect it. And if you have a good teacher, maybe they can lead you step by step and you can find it. That's how I'm going to get out of this sophistry or postmodern problem. He would have said postmodern if he was around today, this sophistic argument. And Socrates says, it's no easy matter, but I'll try to please you to the utmost of my power and show this is the case. Suppose that you call one of your numerous attendants that I may demonstrate on him. Certainly, come hither, boys, says Meno. He is Greek and speaks Greek, does he not? Says Socrates. Yes, indeed. He was born in this house. He speaks to the boy. Attend now to this question. And you'll see how carefully Socrates, attend now to the questions which I ask him and observe whether he learns of me or only remembers. Meno says, I will. Tell me, addressing the boy, do you know that a figure like this, well, that's not a helpful way to start. Do you know that a figure like this is a square? He says. That's not much of a square, but you can imagine that I drew a square there. I'm just not going to play with the whiteboard to figure out how to draw squares. Okay, so Socrates etches out in the sand, hey, look at this. You know that that's called a square, right? And the boy says, I do. And you know that a square figure has these four lines that are all equal to each other, right? So let's just define it that way so the drawing doesn't have to be so good. And the boy says, certainly I know that. And these lines, which I have drawn through the middle of the square, are also equal, right? If I go like this and I go like this, then, this one must be the same as this one. Isn't that right? And the boy says, yeah, sure, obviously.
It's also really important to emphasize that the boy didn't have formal mathematical training. He only knows how to speak Greek.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Hey, look at that. We got a square. What if we were to do that?
I think if you even draw it with shift down, it will be a really perfect square. Or not, maybe.
No, shift and it's not working here, but that's okay. Yeah. All right, so you know all these sides are equal, and you know that these two lines here must be equal to each other as well. And the boy says, yeah, obviously. Come on. I mean, I'm not stupid. I can see that. It's pretty clear. And Socrates says, a square may be of any size, right? Right? I could have drawn a big square or a small square, right? You could have a square of any size. And the boy says, yeah, sure. You could have lots of squares. And if one side of the figure was 2 feet and the other one would be of 2 feet also, how much would the whole be? I mean, let me explain. If in one direction of space you're going 2 feet, and in the other you're going 1 foot, the whole would be 2 feet taken once, right? And the boy says, yes. And he says, but since this side is also 2 feet, then it's 2 feet twice, right? So you've got 2 feet squared, 2 squared, right? So the area of this first square would be 2 squared if this was if this was 2 feet, right? This one would be 2 feet also. So you'd have 2 feet in this direction, and then you'd move that 2 feet twice in this direction, and you'd have 2 squared, or 4, as the area. Fine. And the boy says, yeah, I follow. But since this side is also 2 feet, you have it twice. And he says, yep, you sure do. Then the square is of twice 2 feet. And he says, yes. Now, how many are twice 2 feet? Count them for me. And the boy says, 4. So he comes in and he looks at this and he says, yeah, I've got 1 foot here and 1 foot here. And I'm going to drag that through 1 foot here. So I've got 1, 2. I'm going to drag it through again. 3, 4. Oh boy, look, I got the answer. The square is of 4. Fantastic. I'll take away all these extra etchings. Okay. We know we've got the area. Fantastic. 4, Socrates, he says. Socrates says, and might there not be another square twice as large as this and having like this equal sides, like a square ought to have, right? And he says, yeah, sure, I can imagine that would be the case. So here we go, and we'll just say, what if I drew one twice as big in both directions? Something kind of like that. Okay, and he says, you can imagine a square that big, right? We'll just take one of these lines here, and we'll just say 1, 2, 3, 4, and we've done the whole thing all over again. And the boy's like, yeah, of course you can have a square of any size. Why are you asking me such stupid questions, Socrates? He says, yeah, I'm with you, buddy. And he says, and how many feet would that be? What's the area of this one? He says, well, it would be 8, says the boy. The boy's like, obviously it would be 8. I mean, this one was 4. That was the area, equals 4. And we just made one twice as big. So I say the area must be 8. 8 is twice 4. He's wrong, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Socrates says, okay, try and tell me the length of the line which forms the side that doubled the square. I mean, this one was 2, right? So what would this one be over here? And he says, well, certainly it would be double, Socrates. Right? So this must be a side of 4, and this must be a side of 4, as this is a side of 2 and a side of 2. And so Socrates is not telling him that the answer is 8 or that the answer is not 8. He's just saying, let's talk it out together and tell me what you think. Clearly, Socrates, it's double. Do you observe, Meno, that I am not teaching the boy anything, but only asking him questions? And now he fancies that he knows how long a line is necessary in order to produce a figure of 8 square feet, does he not? He says, yes. And does he really know? And Meno says, certainly not. He doesn't know. He thinks he knows. He thinks if you draw a square with a side of 4, you're going to get an area of 8, because that's twice as big as the side of 2, where you got an area of 4, but he's wrong. He only guesses that because the square is double, the line is double. And Meno says, yeah, that's probably what he's thinking. Observe him while he recalls the steps in regular order. To the boy, he says, tell me, young man, do you assert that a double space comes from a double line? Remember that I'm not speaking of an oblong, but of a figure equal in every way and twice the size of this. That is to say, of 8 feet. And I want to know whether you still say that a double square comes from a double line. And the boy says, yes. And Socrates says, but does not this line become doubled if we add another such line here? And he says, certainly. So we got one line and we got another line. And 4 such lines will make the space containing 8 feet. He says, yes. Let us describe such a figure. Would you not say that this is the figure of 8 feet? And the boy says, yes. And are there not these 4 divisions in the figure, each of which is equal to the figure of 4 feet? Aha. So now he says, look, check it out, buddy. If I cut it in half, and I cut it in half again, isn't that the case that each of those, wouldn't you say, is the same as, oh, come on, how do you do this? Boom, boom, there you go. Isn't it the same that that's this one, this one, this one, this one? I mean, that's how we drew it to begin with, right? I mean, I might not have drawn it to scale, but the whole idea is that I drew this as twice as long as this side here, and then this one is the same, and then another double. So I really have 1, 2, 3, 4 times the area of this square, not twice. And the boy says, true. And is that not 4 times 4 instead of 2 times 4? He says, certainly. And 4 is not double. He goes, no, indeed not. How much? Well, it's 4 times as much, says the boy. Therefore, the double line square has given a space not twice, but 4 times. Is that what you're telling me? And the boy says, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that if you drew a square out of a line that's twice as long as the other square, you're going to get an area that's 4 times as large, not twice as large. But remember, the boy didn't seem to know that 2 seconds ago, and Socrates didn't tell him that that was the case. He just asked him, explain to me what I've got here. Isn't it the case that this is twice as long as this? Yep. And isn't it also twice as long this way? Yep. And isn't it the case that we could fit 4 of these into here? Yep. So when you draw a square of twice the size side, you get 4 times the area. And the boy's like, yeah, that's right, Socrates. 4 times 4 is 16, is it not? Right. So it's not 8. Okay. So we finally got it. So now the boy is like, yeah. My first answer was wrong. The area is probably 16 on this one, not 8. And then Socrates asks a further question, because so far you might just say, well, this is pretty elementary. He says, what would the size of the line have to be if I wanted to draw a square that was twice the area of this first one? How could I figure that out? What line would you give a space of 8 feet if this was 16? You see what I mean? And the boy says, yes. The space of 4 feet is made from half this line. Yes. Good. So is there not a space of 8 feet, twice the size of this and half the size of the other? The boy says, certainly. Such a space then will be made out of a line greater than this one, but less than that one. So he's asking him. He's not telling him. He's just saying, isn't it the case that this one's 4 and this one's 16? So whatever line we're looking for has to be longer than this line, but less than double this line. So something longer than this, but less than this. And the boy's like, yeah, that's a good place to start. We've got boundaries on what we're looking for now. Very good. I like to hear you say what you think, he says to the boy. And now tell me, is not this a line of 2 feet and that of 4? He says, yes. Then the line which forms the side of 8 feet ought to be more than this and less than that. He says, it ought to be, says the boy. Try and see if you can tell me how much it will be. And the boy guesses 3 feet. All right, 3 is more than 2 and less than 4. Of course, he's wrong again, right? We know that if it was 3 feet, the area would be 9 and not 8. So good guess, though. He's guessing 3. 3 is bigger than 2 and less than 4. Socrates says, okay, if we add a half of this line to it, right? So he's going to take his old, let's do this. Let's grab this quickly. He's going to take this one right here, and we could do this with a compass and a straight edge. It would be a lot of fun. But he's going to cut this line in half. It's easy to bisect a line, and he's just going to add another one of those halves to it and say, okay, well, then that would make this a 3. So I'm going to go ahead and make a square out of that. And there you go. And this is the one that the boy is telling me is going to have an area of 8. And of course, that's not correct because he's guessing. And so he seems not to know. And that makes the figure of which you speak. He says, yes, okay, so, but if there's 3 feet this way and 3 feet that way, and then it's 3 feet dragged out 3 feet in the other spatial dimension, so it would have to be 9, right? And the boy says, that's evident. How much is 3 times 3? He goes, 9. How much is double 4? 8. Darn, we missed it again, says Socrates. I still don't know how long this line will be. And the boy's like, it wasn't 3. It's less than 3. Then the figure of 8 is not made out of the line of 3. And he says, no, it's not. But from what line? Tell me exactly. And if you would rather not reckon, try to show me the line. Indeed, Socrates, I do not know, says the boy. So the boy doesn't think he knows. Do you see, Meno, what advances he has made in his powers of recollection? He didn't know at first, and he does not know now. What is the side of a figure of 8 feet? But earlier he thought he knew. And now at least he knows that he doesn't know. Wow, he figured something out, right? So he's learning quite a lot. He thought he knew, double the side, you'll probably double the area. Oops, I was wrong. And now he knows he was wrong. He's learning quite a lot. He answered very confidently as if he had known and had no difficulty. Now he sees the difficulty. neither knows nor fancies that he knows. True, says Meno. Is he not better off knowing his ignorance? Right. This is Socrates is actually telling Meno. And what's interesting about the dialogues is that you get to see the way Socrates is with everybody, because there's other individuals who interact like Anytus here, who comes in later in this dialogue. There's other individuals or Euthyphro, right? Some people are like, I don't like the way Socrates talks. He pisses me off. I like telling everybody I knew things, and he's making it look like I don't, and I don't want to feel ignorant. And so they plot to murder him, or they run away in shame, or they do whatever. What Meno does is fall in love with Socrates, and Socrates with him, and they have great conversations. And Meno says, okay, I now am aware that I don't know as much as I thought I did. How do I live? And Socrates says, just like that, just knowing that you're now closer to enlightened because you don't actually know as much as you thought you did, but you know that you don't know as much as you thought you did. And we can keep the good conversation going forever, and we can get closer and closer to the truth all the time, just like this boy is with geometry. Let's continue. If we have made him doubt and given him a little torpedo shock, have we done him any harm? I don't think so, says Meno. We have certainly, as it would seem, assisted him in some degree of the discovery of the truth. Now he will wish to remedy his ignorance, but then he would have been ready to tell all the world that double the space comes from double the side. And Meno says, true. But do you suppose, so he's teaching the boy geometry, but he's teaching Meno how to live in ignorance and how to say, I'm happier saying I don't know than pretending I know when I don't. But do you suppose that he would ever have inquired or learned or fancied what he fancied he knew if he didn't realize he was ignorant and didn't fall into that perplexity that everybody's trying to avoid? And Socrates is saying, just live in the perplexity with me. Let's acknowledge we're perplexed. We now know more than everybody else because they're perplexed. If they'd ever think about it when they're wrong, they think they know things. We know we don't. That's great. I think not, he says to Socrates. Then he was better off with the torpedo's touch. He says, I think so. Mark now the farther development. I shall only ask him and not teach him, and he shall share the inquiry with me. And do you watch and see if you find me telling or explaining anything to him. So we'll read it slowly. That's the challenge. Let's see if Socrates sneaks in some teaching here instead of eliciting his opinion. Tell me, boy, is not this a square of 4 feet, which I have drawn? All right, so Socrates draws a square, which might look something like this. Except it probably looked more like a square. Okay, where's this? Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, he draws a square like this and says, tell me, have I not just drawn a square with side 4? And the boy says, yeah. Now I had another square. Oh, I'm sorry. That was the original one. My bad. We were looking for an 8. All right. He's not going to throw in extra stuff. Okay. So I drew a square with side 4 right here. Bada bing, bada boom. I'll now draw another square equal to the former one. Yes. And a third, which is equal to either of them. Sure. Suppose that we fill up the vacant corner. Very good. Here we have 4 equal spaces. Yes. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Here then are 4 equal spaces. And now how many times larger is this space than the other? 4 times. But it ought to have been twice only, as you will remember. Sure, that's what we're looking for, says the boy. And does not this line reaching from corner to corner bisect each of these spaces? Okay, so look, I've got over here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. What if I were to cut this one in half, get rid of half of it, and maybe cut this one in half, maybe cut this one in half, and maybe cut this one in half. So what if I've got 8 as the area over here, but now I have half of 8. You know, I've got half of this, half of this, half of this, half of this. So now this inner square here might be a 4 because it's half of the 8. So if I cut them all in half and add them up, they used to all add up to 8, but I'm only going to add up half from each one. And the boy's like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Let's cut them all in half. If we got 8, I'm sorry, if we had 16 and we cut them all in half, we might get our 8. But it ought to have only been twice only, so hey, let's cut it in half. We got 4 times. Let's cut them in half. We'll get 8. Does not this line reaching from corner to corner bisect each of these squares? Yes, it does. And are not here 4 equal lines which contain this space? That's true. That makes a square because they're all equal. This one's the same as this one. I mean, I'm not drawing it to scale, but you can understand if I had. And the boy says, I don't understand. How much is this? I don't get it. Well, has not each interior line cut half of the 4 spaces? This one cut this one in half, and this one cut this one in half, and this one cut this one in half, and this one cut this one in half. He says, didn't each one of these lines cut 1/4 of our too big square into a half? And he goes, yeah, that's what each line does. How many squares are in that section? 4. How many is this? 2. How many has 2 is 2 times 2? He says twice. And this space is of how many feet? Of 8 feet. And from what line did we get this figure, this square in here? Well, we got it from the diagonal, from this right here. That's it. From the line which extends from corner to corner of the figure of 4 feet? He asks. And the boy says, yes. And that is the line which we have learned to call the diagonal. And if this is the proper name, then you, Meno's slave, are prepared to affirm that the double space exists in the square that is formed with the line that is the length of the angle of the smaller square. Isn't that correct? And he says, yes, I do know that. Hmm. So within seconds, the boy is like, I know that for sure because you asked me each of these questions and I realized that these are all being cut in half. What do you say of him, Meno? Says Socrates. Were not all these answers given out of his own head? Yes, they were, all of his own. So Socrates knows the answer, but all he has to do is ask questions and the boy can get it wrong. He says, show me a line that I should make a square out of to get it twice as big. And the boy gives the wrong answer, 4. And he says, well, doesn't that mean we need something smaller than 4 and bigger than 2? And the boy says, yes. He says, well, what should we do? And the boy says, 3. I think 3 does it. It's bigger than 2 and smaller than 4. And Socrates says, okay, let's see if that's true. Let's just ask questions about it and see if it's true. And all he does is say, isn't that 1, 2, 3 by 1, 2, 3? And doesn't that make 9? And the boy says, yeah, actually, that makes 9. I don't know why I said 3 because that's clearly not right. He says, okay, what should we do? Well, this one over here was twice as large as we wanted it to be. What if we cut it in half? By cutting each one of the 4s in half, we would know that we had an area of 8, which is what we were looking for. So now we know that we need a line this long. But what is that line? Well, that line is the diagonal of the original square. And so Socrates says, so isn't it the case, Meno, that if anybody asks you to draw a square with twice the area of another square, you can tell them, I know how to do that. Take the diagonal of that smaller square and make a square out of that. That'll be twice as large. So the boy didn't know, but then it turns out he did know. What he needed to do, according to Socrates, was remember that he knew. And in order to remember that he knew, he needed to talk to a nice person who was willing to ask him questions about what he thinks until he realizes himself that his other answers are wrong. And then he goes, I don't know the answer, which to Socrates is brilliant because before you were an idiot running around saying, I know the answer. And that's much worse than going, gosh darn, I don't know the answer. And what's even better is to share the inquiry with someone until you ask enough questions to realize, oh, yeah, here's the answer. It's staring us in the face. Okay, so that's just, we don't really need to do any more with that probably for now, but that's the idea of that Plato had as the answer to the question, how can you ever inquire about anything that you know nothing about? Believe it or not, we went into all of that just because in today's, what we're going to do is just bring up stuff that is related, more than tangentially related to what we've been reading in Aquinas in the last 2 treatises. And if I pull this up again, bada bing, bada boom, oy vey, Madonna. All right, so here we go. So we were reading in the first treatise that one of the objectors is basically saying, how can you know anything about God if it's beyond human reason? How can you even start asking the question? And that's a philosophical conundrum that has existed for a while. And so what we're going to do is just go through all these questions that we've already gone through and just add other stuff from philosophy that Aquinas was clearly aware of to supplement our knowledge. So I'm going to shut up there with Meno because we have a lot more to get through. Why don't we do our next video was the next 4 questions of this first treatise over here on sacred doctrine. Why don't we see what that triggers us to look up? And we saw when we're looking at the Meno, like Socrates realizes there's something divine about the knowledge necessary for us to even be able to do inquiry, which is pretty similar to Aquinas's arguments, although a different argument. Okay, is sacred doctrine a legitimate source of knowledge? So first he argued that it would be necessary that we have access to some divine revelation because we can't get this thing started without it. So actually that might be necessary, but do we actually have it? Could we actually come to real knowledge by asking what is it that God has revealed to us? And Aquinas says we're going to do philosophy here. We're going to just use human reason and try to build from the bottom up to know what's true. But we can ask that question. What are those priests doing over there? Is it possible that it could be done badly or well? If it was done perfectly, could you get to some knowledge? If it was done well enough, could there be real knowledge that comes from a divine source, a sacred doctrine that's not built on human reason, but on God reaching down and giving us some light from above? And as reasoners, just using reason, not saying, well, I believe it because the Bible tells me so, Aquinas affirms that. He says, yes, actually, it is a legitimate thing for people to try to argue about which books are revealed and what God is trying to say to them and what the proper way of understanding it is. And maybe we can get to all the same truths, but maybe we can't. Maybe they can get to some that we can't get to in this other method. So we're just going to acknowledge that. It's not the game we're playing, but we're going to acknowledge it first if that's where reason leads us. So his answer is yes, and here's why. Granted, for now, some legitimate sources of real knowledge rely upon the truths of others. Okay, we know that. And the rest rely upon intelligence. He's pointed this out, and he'll point it out again, that if you're going to do optics, you have to rely on the truths of mathematics. And if you're going to do mathematics, you have to rely on the truths of the logicians. So he's going to start setting up a hierarchy of sciences, which means ways of legitimate ways to actual truth. And he's going to put philosophy at the top of all of that, where you can't do logic unless you're being a philosopher. But then he's going to say you can't even do philosophy without something metaphysical. And he's going to say we can do metaphysics and philosophy, and we can do God of the philosophers, theology stuff, which is what we're going to do. But it's true that there's a God reaching down to us to shed us some light that allows us to even be able to do this. So we're going to stick to just doing this, but we don't want to poo-poo the priests because what they're doing is worth doing even if they haven't done it right yet or whatever. He's not judging any specific doctrine that comes from that source in any way. He's going to do everything based on reason, but he's going to say it's legitimate. So if sacred science relies upon principles revealed by God, then it is a legitimate source of knowledge in the first category. It's one that relies on knowledge outside itself. So just like optics relies on mathematics, sacred science is relying on knowledge that didn't come from that science. Where did it come from? Well, it didn't come from a higher science like every other one. It just came directly from God. But if we're going to find out that God exists and we're going to find out that he wants to communicate with us and we're going to find out all those things, which we still have to judge in other essays, which we've gotten to some of them already. But granting all of that for the sake of dealing with just this one question, yeah, why wouldn't that be legitimate? As a philosopher, and we're going to have Tartaglia back to argue the other side of this, but as a philosopher, what right do we have to say that that's illegitimate? If as philosophers we can come to know that there's a God who wants us to know him, why can't God talk? People are probably going to mess up how they hear it 1,000 ways, but that's thousands of years of people arguing it out and trying to figure it out. That's fine. All the flaws come from humanity. At least their knowledge is based on something that can't err at all. Okay, so sacred science relies upon principles revealed by God. Therefore, it is a legitimate source of true knowledge. We're not going to do it here, but we're not going to say it doesn't exist. The next question is sacred science studying one thing, or is it many disciplines? Okay, so we could stop here and say, nah, that would be illegitimate. I'm just stretching it to be able to bring in more Socrates here.
But go ahead, and if there's a reason to push back, I'll push back.
Yeah, there's no reason to do it, though. I'm just using an excuse to bring up the Euthyphroian dilemma. But it doesn't actually exist even in an analogous form here. So we're going to move on because he's not doing that. Okay. Is sacred doctrine studying one thing or is it many disciplines? Okay, so he deals with that question. We know the answer to that. He says it's ultimately just studying God, and all the other things are in relationship to God. That's this other thing, the thing that we're not doing. Uh,
Hold on.
Go ahead.
About what is called revelation or sacred science.
Yeah.
Um, could we say that good examples of this are the prophets of the Hebrew Bible, like Elijah, uh, uh, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Isaiah, so on, and also the Oracle of Apollo and the Sibyl, or the Sibyls, basically.
Yeah.
So these very special people who are an extremely small part of the population of the a small percentage are these people who claim to have a direct connection to to the divine, and they receive information directly, as opposed to science, in which revelation comes to our senses, and this revelation comes to our senses far removed from the divine, already from several layers of remove. So when we see the light of the sun, it's the sun that was created by uh, a gas of a cloud of gas that was formed and further be back, because there was something we call the Big Bang and whatever, and something or someone or whatever it is, some fundamental of essence of the universe had to spring that in motion and whatever. And these guys who are the prophets and oracles and sibyls and whatever, they supposedly get the information without all this complexity in the mix, without all these layers of consequences, directly, basically.
Yeah. So that reminds me of Socrates with Ion. Now, Aquinas is not judging any of those sources. He's not saying the Bible is the correct revelation or the pre-Socratic Homer-inspired prophets and poets who were that's legitimate. He's not saying anything's legitimate or anything's illegitimate. He's saying as a means of coming to truth, maybe a lot of you are mistaken, just like a lot of philosophers are mistaken. Maybe you're all right. I don't know. We're not doing that game. But it would be legitimate for human beings to reach up to heaven and hope that God's going to shed some light to them and try to figure out what's true about revelation and what's true that they can get through revelation. Um, what you're describing is much more beautiful, and Socrates describes it in his conversation with Ion, because Ion is reading, but he's not reading. He's saying the poetry of great mythopoetic creators who speak of the gods, but he's not reading it like you pay $2 back then to go listen to a guy read it from a scroll. He's the superstar mega Mick Jagger version of it, where people are paying thousands of dollars for a seat in the tickets, and he travels around. He's like a multi-celebrity millionaire over it because he's divinely inspired. And when he reads it, you really feel it. And when he says it, it's like happening to you right then. And so Socrates says, "Hey, Ion, come on over. Let's have a conversation." And Ion's like, "Great, let's do a podcast. You're the Joe Rogan, I'm the movie star, whatever." That's who they were back then. And they have a conversation. And Socrates is like, "Yo, how do you do what you do?" And it turns out, just like the little boy who doesn't understand the answer to the geometrical question, the guy has no damn clue how he does what he does, and he thinks he knows, but he's wrong. He says, "Well, I've studied the works more than anybody else." And Socrates goes, "Oh, is that so? You know, I can go to academia and I can find an expert on the story, and he can tell me a lot more about the story than you could. So, how is it that you've studied it more than him? And also, we don't pay him nearly as much as we pay you. So, are you sure that's how you did it?" So he proves to him that he doesn't actually even know how he's doing what he's doing, which the inspired ones often don't know. And then Socrates says, "Okay, now that you're perplexed, let's have an inquiry and see if we can figure out the answer to this." And through the conversation, it gets to a very beautiful place where Socrates says, I think we're getting somewhere here. I think maybe we could describe it this way. What do you think? And what Socrates says is, I think the gods are inspiring the poets. I think that their poetry is inspiring you. And when you say it, you inspire the audience. So there's this like chain of the gods speak through the muses, speak to the great poet writer who speaks to you. You feel it and can say it in a way that like that inspiration still being translated. And then the audience that's in there is inspired and it changes the way they live. And I think that's kind of what's going on here. So again, it's an affirmation of the idea of the divine sort of being the first domino of saying, hey, let's shed some light for these poor human beings and help them to come to truth. But Ion doesn't know that that's what he's doing, but he figures it out by the end.
Well, even today, um, it's during these last decades of the greatest music that was written and composed by rock stars and bands and whatever, there are some tracks, some tunes that's especially when played live, uh, people are basically enraptured.
Yeah.
It is an experience completely different from just getting the melody and beats and lyrics rationally. It's
100,
completely on a different level.
100%. Yeah. No, inspiration is still, it's still with us. I don't know if anybody's out there denying it, but I think Alan Bloom pointed this out, and I think Jordan Peterson pointed it out much later, maybe slightly differently. There've been a lot of great professors who've pointed out that even the most cynical young people still feel the music. I think I saw a meme by Akira the Don today that said something like, "No matter the state of the world, we still vibing." It's pretty cool. I love his memes. His memes are super awesome. But I wonder if we could find that right here real quick, like because I didn't quote it correctly. Akira,
Yeah, go ahead.
why not?
It's
It's a
it's
nice
actually a
vacation.
pretty good. It's actually a pretty good example or data point toward at least giving the benefit of the doubt to Revelation, using one more example. It's experiential. It's not kind of like we're talking about these ancient oracles that no longer exist, or these prophets who stopped coming back, basically. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We will continue to vibe. You gotta love it. All right.
Yeah,
Anyway, let's take that off.
maybe especially in trying times we vibe.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with you. Okay, so let's see. It should become interesting to the student who's new to philosophy that we're talking about these epistemological questions, and all these sources keep immediately referencing some kind of connection to the divine. I perceive, Ion, and I will proceed to explain to you what I imagine to be the reason of this thing that you had just brought up as a problem for in your perplexity now. The gift which you possess of speaking excellently about Homer is not an art, but, as I was just saying, an inspiration. There is a divinity moving you, like that contained in the stone which Euripides calls a magnet, but which is commonly known as the stone of Heraclea. This stone not only attracts iron rings, but also imparts to them a similar power of attracting other rings. And sometimes you may see a number of pieces of iron and rings suspended from one another so as to form quite a long chain. All of them derive their power of suspension from the original stone. In like manner, the muse, first of all, inspires men herself. And from these inspired persons, a chain of other persons is suspended who take the inspiration. For all good poets, epic as well as lyric, compose their beautiful poems not by art, but because they are inspired and possessed. Now, that is also what they say. They call on the muses, and in medieval times, they call on the Holy Spirit explicitly before they start their work. Help me to tell this story, says Homer, right? And as the Corybantian, I mean, you can laugh at that all you want, but you're not a great poet. And all the great poets pray to the gods to be able to tell us the story that they're getting an image of from somewhere. For all good poets, epic as well as lyric, compose their beautiful poems not by art, but because they are inspired and possessed. And as the Corybantian revelers, when they dance, are not in their right mind, so the lyric poets are not in their right mind when they are composing their beautiful strains. But when falling under the power of music and meter, they are inspired and possessed, like Bacchic maidens who draw milk and honey from the rivers when they are under the influence of Dionysus, but not when they are in their right mind. And the soul of the lyric poet does the same, as they themselves say, for they tell us that they bring songs from honeyed fountains, culling them out of the gardens and dells of the muses. They, like the bees, winging their way from flower to flower. And this is true, for the poet is a light and winged and holy thing. And there is no invention in him until he has been inspired and is out of his senses, and the mind is no longer in him. When he has not attained to this state, he is powerless and unable to utter his oracles. I remember a fun story by one of my favorite authors, Salman Rushdie, who, writing one of my favorite books, talking about writing that book, he said, I had it all planned out. And then I hit writer's block and I couldn't finish the story. And then he says this, the characters insisted on a different ending. They wouldn't let him. They wouldn't let him write it until he wrote it. And it's beautiful the way it's written. But he said, I had to change the ending. The characters insisted on a different ending. For the poet is a light and winged and holy thing, and there's no invention in him until he is inspired, and the mind is no longer in him. When he has attained to this state, he is powerless and is unable to utter his oracles. Many are the noble words in which poets speak concerning the actions of men. But like yourself, when speaking about Homer, they do not speak of them by any rules of art. They are simply inspired to utter that to which the muse impels them, and that only. And when inspired, one of them will make dith- dithyrambics, another hymns of praise, another choral strains, another epic or iambic verses. And he who is good at one is not good at any other kind of verse. For not by art does the poet sing, but by powers divine. Power divine. Had he learned by rules of art, he would have known how to speak not of one theme only, but of all. And therefore, God takes away the minds of poets and uses them as his ministers, as he also uses diviners and holy prophets, in order that we who hear them may know them to be speaking not of themselves, who utter these priceless words in a state of unconsciousness, but that God himself is the speaker, and that through them, he is conversing with us. And Tanicus the Chalcidian affords a striking instance of what I am saying. He wrote nothing that anyone would care to remember, but the famous paean, which is in everyone's mouth, one of the finest poems ever written, simply an invention of the muses, as he himself says. For in this way, the God would seem to indicate to us and not allow us to doubt that these beautiful poems are not human or the work of man, but divine and the work of God. So we've got this idea of divine inspiration is not some weird Christian idea that says, my understanding of the Bible's true, so I'm going to beat you over the head with it and you're going to have to accept it. It's foundational to every successful civilization that's ever existed. If you like science and philosophy, those things came out of civilizations that first said, we should be paying attention to the things that don't seem to be human insights. And let's organize our entire lives in calendars and celebratory events and sculptures and artwork around all of that stuff. I mean, just deal with that. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But just to sit in a science room and say, like, hey, this is how we get to truth. It's like, that's how we get to science in the first place. And you're just going to have to accept that almost every one of the greatest thinkers in the history of the world has said, yeah, let's see if the gods have something to tell us.
Yeah,
That
at least
could
this
help.
feature is present in Semitic culture with the prophets that
Sure.
say that are vessels to say the words of God. I'm reminded in the Bible we have a prophet speaking the lines, and in the ends of the lines he's constantly repeating saith the Lord, thus saith the Lord, constantly.
Mm.
The Norse have the mead of poetry. So the Norse, now I'm going into Indo-European territory. They say that the mead of poetry was stolen by Odin so that he could recover this wisdom, and some of it spilled down to Midgard, and the human beings who were showered with the droplets of the mead of poetry became the great poets. The Hindus, when they start the cantos of, when they start their great epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, they do the invocation as
Yeah.
well, just like the Greeks. Homer says, "Sing to me, O Muse," when he starts the Iliad and the Odyssey. So these people are perhaps way more conscious. These people who lived thousands of years ago perhaps are way more conscious that something awesome underlies the universe, that the sensory part is kind of like a veil that obscures this very awesome part of the universe.
Now, now you're speaking too platonically. Last time you were so Aristotelian. You got both, baby. I dig it. Okay, I don't know if we have to read all of this, but it is worth reading. We'll read it in our other second year course where we do all of Plato's dialogues. So we'll have a chance to read it. We may have read this one already in one of those videos, but all right. Only because, even though this is so great, I want to keep reading. Only because we have a lot to cover today, and it's already getting pretty late. We'll put that aside and stop reading it. Okay, other things that we're put in mind of, we're going to get into. I think what we want to do so we don't lose time is actually, I'm going to stop going through what we've gone through before and just being reminded of things. That's what we're doing today, is just being reminded of other things that are relevant. We've got a lot here. I've got a stack of stuff here to go into. But one of the things we really wanted to look at was how to think Aristotelian, which, if you watched the last video, Roger, take it away, buddy. I'm going to add this to the stage. And
Please
we've got,
add it to the screen.
I'm trying to add it. Where is it?
Let's try to think how Thomas Aquinas thought, how Aristotle thought, basically. So I will share with you a few slides that try to give us an overview of where Thomas Aquinas went to get his brilliant metaphysical and theological ideas, some of them. And it turns out most of what he was arguing comes from 2 books from the physics and a handful of books from the metaphysics of Aristotle. So let's see here. Okay, so this is basically what we will look at. We will look at the physics and how they influence Aquinas, also the metaphysics, and also how Aquinas used it in his Summa Theologica. So Aristotle and Aquinas, 2 people separated by centuries. Aristotle, he's foundationally provides a ton of vocabulary in foundational fields like physics and metaphysics that he created. He created other sciences like zoology and whatever. So he talks about motion, about several concepts like teleology. He also expands the ontology quite a lot because unlike people who are very attached to scientism today, that only have a physicalist ontology, Aristotle, on the contrary, he had this book called Metaphysics, which was one of his courses, and he tried to go beyond just what is tables and chairs and atoms and particles and whatnot, to also talk about other things, or non-things, as we might call them. As for Aquinas, so he received these tools. Some of these tools are even called the organon, so the logical toolkit. and rhetorical toolkit. In his 5 ways, on the treatise of divine simplicity, so they rest directly on physics and metaphysics. Some of the books of physics and metaphysics.
On
And
Aristotle's.
yeah,
Yeah,
Aristotle's.
they did. Yeah, okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Aquinas is
So
directly drawing from Aristotle's way of thinking about physics. Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
yeah, and so these are some of the concepts and frameworks that Aristotle basically bequeathed future thinkers, including Aquinas. So nature.
There are. By the way, I hate to interrupt you. I'm
Yeah.
going to shut up
Yeah.
very rapidly. There are neo-Aristotelians today, by the way. I mean, people need to know this. There are in philosophy departments. There are neo-Aristotelians today who basically say you got a lot of cool new terms post Descartes on your physics and everything, but basically we think Aristotle had it all right. So I'm just going to put that out there because it's too easy for people to say, oh, Aristotle had this idea of heat existing in fire and being imparted into the water. It's like Descartes hated that physics and wanted a new physics, and we're living in the Descartes world of how to think about those things. But that doesn't mean that Aristotle's way of thinking about it isn't a viable way of thinking about all this. So I'm just going to put that out there in case people think we're just doing a historical thing to say this is what this guy was like back then, but it doesn't really matter. It actually might be, you might get insights into how the world works if you adopt the pre-Socratic or the Aristotelian ways of conceptualizing the cosmos. I'm going to shut up right now.
If I would be challenged to tell you what I think is Aristotle's most brilliant idea, is his method of analyzing other people's views. So the endoxa, even if they are seemingly ridiculous, but he still will consider them if they are popular, or even if they have some chance of having at least a fraction of merit. He will still give them a shot. And even if they are people who he might disagree with in many instances, or people he doesn't like or something like that, he still will give them a shot. He still will analyze their views, throw counter arguments, and try to kind of steelman them and strawman them, and see if they actually work. So this is, I think, one of the things that we should keep doing today. So new Aristotelians, if you're listening to this, you gotta keep this tradition alive. This is I think the crowning jewel of the Peripatetics and Aristotelianism, the ability to consider even an apparently wrong idea, to give it a shot, and then know why it fails, at least. So you know why it fails, know why it works, if it works, whatever. So yeah,
Legacy of Socrates there still, huh?
yeah, sure.
Aristotle.
Socrates would also even find really incredibly dumb brothers who came from warfare and into sophistry, and he knew they were ridiculous, but still he approached them.
Socrates didn't
Yeah.
know, so he's like, "Hey, this guy might know." In
Yeah.
fact, he discovered that the craftsman and the tradesman knew more than anybody else. All right, I'm going to shut up. Let's get into Aristotle. Boom.
Yeah. So nature, physics, an internal principle of motion and rest. Natural things have their source of change within themselves. He talks about final causality. So nature acts for an end. So very teleological in his way of thought. Even non-cognitive agents exhibit teleology. So this has a lot to do with Aquinas' fifth way. There's the four causes. So we today, by common sense, only think about cause as a one thing, but Aristotle separated it into four. So material, what is the stuff made of? The formal, so the form of the thing. The efficient cause, so what makes the thing happen, and the final cause, its purpose. And to really explain a phenomena, an event, something that happens socially or in nature, climate, whatever. Yeah, Aristotle argues you need all four, and then there's chance versus purpose, What appears random is still ordered to ends. Chance is not incidental, not primary. Yeah. And then this eternal motion and the unmoved mover. So he goes through this sequence of thinking. So let's think for a moment that motion is eternal. So there was never a first motion. Time and change have no beginning or end. Then second step, so everything is moved. But wait, everything moved is moved by another. So you would need an infinite regress, and Aristotle argues that no infinite regress of moved movers is possible in a per se ordered series. So then self-movers contain an unmoved element. That's an argument that people at the time made about animals. So animals make choices, and it happens from within them and stuff. But then he actually founded maybe zoology in part because of this, and he analyzed and he figured out that animals show that true initiation requires an unmoved part, like the animus, the motion soul of the animal. Then primary motion, so is circular. This is a way of talking about, for instance, the celestial objects. So only continuous circular locomotion can be everlasting. This is the motion of the first heaven. And then the first mover is without magnitude. So infinite power cannot reside in a finite body. So in this argument, Aristotle is considering that the first mover, God, whatever we might label it, yeah, it cannot be a part of physics. He must be extra physics, metaphysics. So the mover is immaterial and indivisible.
Okay, let's hit pause.
Yeah.
Before we go to the next slide, this is awesome. I want to remind everybody we're not looking at Aquinas here. We're looking at Aristotle. If you watch the last video and you're watching Aquinas's arguments, we're looking at Aristotle's ideas here right now. I just want to underline that.
Yeah, and I think that before we jump in metaphysics, we could read at least book 8 of physics. It's quite.
Let's do it.
I think it's quite doable. Okay, so this goes into how the Summa employs these books, basically. Okay. So first way, from motion. So Aquinas directly summarizes physics 8. So he literally employs it, all the brunt of it. Whatever is moved by another. The series of moved movers terminating in unmoved movers, he labels God, of course, from his tradition.
What else would you call
yeah. As for the fifth way, from governance, he draws on physics 2's final causality. So the teleological aspect here is really important, which harkens to the fact that this prime mover also is a mind, basically. So it's a super duper uber perfect mind that has an intention or has a purpose for what he initiated. Natural things without intelligent act for ends. This requires an intelligent director. Yeah, it's crazy because we look at what neo-Darwinism as it is today, this theoretical framework describes, and it describes natural selection, sexual selection, descent from with variability, all the assortment that comes from beings based on replicating molecules that don't replicate 100% perfectly, the cosmic background radiation causing sometimes random mutations and other mutating agents in nature. And this basically went from what seemed like RNA without any enveloping membrane in the beginning that we are theorizing, we hypothesizing, really, to basically beings, at least us that we know about, sentient beings that do things like Aristotle did and Thomas Aquinas did, that actually are trying to cognize about literally everything that happened in the timeline. So it's pretty crazy that something that is described by neo-Darwinism has produced all this transformation of life as we've seen it in the natural history on Earth, that went from even before single cells stuff as primitive as or simple as viruses that aren't really kind of alive, but if kickstarted, they will replicate, to what we see nowadays, space exploration. We are even kind of creating our supposed descendants with artificial intelligence and whatnot. So it's kind of mind-numbing that it seems like all of this happening in physics could be random, but it's producing ever increasing complexity. That's the point I want to make. So this ever increasing complexity, we might argue that it produces ever increasing degrees of freedom, and thus a viability of the species that have this intelligence or encephalization or whatever. But according to Aquinas and Aristotle, they believe and they argue that this progression, this creation that produced human beings and who knows what else in the future, that is ever increasingly complex and intelligent, probably fits a divine purpose, fits a divine plan.
Okay. We're going to have an opportunity to explore more of those and in a debating setting later. We're going to leave it at that and let you go to the next slide. That was all very interesting, by the way. Thank you.
So for the physics in book 2, there's the degrees of truth and being. So what is more true is more a being. There is a maximum in every genus, something that is most true, most good, most noble, and therefore maximally a being. So this supplies the philosophical backbone of the fourth way.
Wait a minute.
In some respects,
I thought you were going to read us Aristotle. Why are you reading Aquinas to us again?
Yeah,
read this.
Yeah, because Aquinas did quite a bit of copy pasting, I would say. Yeah, okay. and by reading book 2 and 5 of this is metaphysics actually. So wait a moment before we go further into metaphysics. Let me go into actual physics. So
yeah, let's do it.
Here we go. So books 2 and 5. So let's go to book 2.
Okay.
So Aristotle goes, probably in his classroom to really wealthy students. Of things that exist, some exist by nature, some from other causes. By nature, the animals and their parts exist, and the plants and the simple bodies, earth, fire, air, water, for we say that these and the like exist by nature. Hold on, let me just also increase the zoom so the text is even more readable.
View.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Good one. Thanks. Okay. All the things mentioned present a feature in which they differ from things which are not constituted by nature. Each of them has within itself a principle of motion and of stationariness in respect of place or of growth and decrease, or by way of alteration. So basically, things that exist in the physical world, they cannot ever occupy the entire matrix not by a long shot of possibilities. They only occupy one slot of possibilities, kind of like in a grid. On the other hand, a bed and a coat and anything else of that sort, qua receiving these designations, i.e., insofar as they are products of art, have no innate impulse to change. So yeah, inanimate objects are inanimate. But insofar as they happen to be composed of stone or of earth or of a mixture of the two, they do have such an impulse, and just to that extent which seems to indicate that nature is a source or cause of being moved and of being at rest in that to which it belongs primarily in virtue of itself and not in virtue of a concomitant attribute.
Let's put some categories here. So there's a material soul, a vegetative soul, an animal soul. Like there's these like different layers here. Naturally, even objects that are not alive have location and place, and they follow laws of physics basically about what it can induce them to move. The plants have all of that too, but they also grow and decrease. And this is what he's saying so far, right?
Yeah, and probably by saying that objects have an innate impulse to change, maybe he's referring to the fact that even a coat, if it drops from the coat hanger, it will plop toward the ground because there is a potential activity in them related to gravity. And also, even stuff that is created by artisans will corrupt and degrade, will wear out.
Okay, I want to
even if left alone. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's correct. I want to say something meta about what you're doing here to everybody who's listening so that you can then keep doing it. What we're going to do when we look at the pre-Socratics, Heraclitus and Anaximander, all these guys, is exactly what we're going to be doing now. And what we're not going to be doing is listening to how they conceptualize the cosmos and going, no, it's made of molecules because I know the ideas that I'm supposed to use with my science. Like what we're going to do is, at minimum, act as if it's a novel and get into that way of thinking, because what you're going to be surprised by is that by doing that, there's all sorts of insights into the world that you can have that you weren't able to have before because you were trapped in one way of thinking. It doesn't mean what we're not going to do is say, well, I'm supposed to believe that space just is distorted by matter and that's how gravity works, so I'm not going to think about what Heraclitus has to say about any of this. Well, that would be very dumb of us because we're a lot stupider than Aristotle and we're a lot stupider than the pre-Socratics. And actually, there's a great amount of insight that can be gained into the physical world by attempting to conceptualize it in more ways than just the one way that we do. I'm going to shut up now and ask you to keep leading us through this process. But
yeah, great idea. The approach of basically a newborn to this. So yeah, we're listening to Aristotle and we approach it with fresh eyes. So let's continue. I say not in virtue of a concomitant attribute, because, for instance, a man who is a doctor might cure himself. Nevertheless, it is not in so far as he is a patient that he possesses the art of medicine. It merely has happened that the same man is doctor and patient, and that is why these attributes are not always found together. So it is with all other artificial products. None of them has in itself the source of its own production. But while in some cases, for instance houses and the other products of manual labor, that principle is in something else external to the thing. In others, those which may cause a change in themselves in virtue of a concomitant attribute, it lies in the things themselves, but not in virtue of what they are. Nature, then, is what has been stated. Things have a nature, which have a principle of this kind. Each of them is a substance, for it is a subject, and nature always implies a subject in which it inheres. The term according to nature is applied to all these things, and also to the attributes which belong to the term in virtue of what they are. For instance, the property of fire to be carried upwards, which is not a nature, nor has a nature, but is by nature or according to nature. What nature is, then, and the meaning of the terms by nature and according to nature has been stated. That nature exists, it would be absurd to try to prove, for it is obvious that there are many things of this kind, and to prove that what is obvious by what is not is the mark of a man who is unable to distinguish what is self-evident from what is not. This state of mind is clearly possible. A man blind from birth might reason about colors. Presumably, therefore, such persons must be talking about words without any thoughts to correspond. So this is brilliant. This is one of the analogies we've talked about. Remember,
Just AI.
I didn't know. I didn't even have an idea that Aristotle was already kind of musing about how someone born blind will not even have categories to cognize about color as people who see. Yeah. And
Right. The
so,
concept might not be there, but they know how
yeah,
to use words, which is a good description of how AI so far works. I've been testing it again this last week with Tartaglia, and we've both concluded that AI is playing with words, but they don't mean anything to the AI so far.
yeah, exactly. You can kind of develop a suite of tests of kind of like diagnostic tests that together, it's kind of like a package of tests that doctors use to diagnose heart myocardial infarction, for instance, a heart attack. And no one test usually is enough. You need more than one to make a more complete picture, to give certainty that that diagnosis is the correct one, and also to exclude other diagnoses that are diseases that have similar manifestations as heart attack. And the same thing, the same kind of thinking we should apply to artificial intelligence. We need to know that we can diagnose something as being conscious. And if consciousness is absent from AI, we should be to be um, responsible humans. We should be able to run a series of tests, see the AI failing them, and we are pretty confident. Yeah, the AI is kind of like a black box, a Chinese box, where there's like a guy inside who hasn't the faintest idea of Chinese, and he's just using a rule book to correspond whatever it is that he receives in the input end, and just compiles the response and
When
sends
the
it out.
AI does get consciousness, we'll still have the problem of other minds, though. Right now, we can prove it doesn't have consciousness, but when it does, we can't prove that other people have consciousness either because the evidence of it is not available to us. We'll get
Yeah,
to that at some point.
we should employ our best minds and our best faculties to develop such a suite of tests, because imagine it's kind of like 8 tests, and if at least 2 tests are positive, yeah, you kind of have like 80% certainty that the entity being tested is conscious. And maybe human beings will tend to be positive in 1 or 2 tests, while the AI, if conscious, will tend to be positive in other tests or something like that. So the way human beings are conscious and sentient might be different from the way in which AI, a conscious AI, might be conscious. So it's kind of like a heart attack in a human is different from a heart attack in a cat. It's kind of like that I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's possible. That's certainly possible. I'm
because
tempted
because
to try to change the
because
subject away from
yeah,
this, though it's still
because
fascinating.
the AI is so different from the neurophysiological
Yeah, I
human.
understand.
Yeah, let's leave it at that.
Well, let's leave it at that because there's a great philosophical conversation we could have about whether or not such tests could ever actually be constructed and what it might look like. And that leads us too closely to the question of what it would take to actually get an AI, which I don't want to talk about because it would help AI move faster, and I'm not interested in doing that. Let's we will have those discussions at some point. But
Yeah,
I hate to do this, but we have so much to get into, and that was
yeah,
so
me,
interesting that it would be
yeah,
very
me
tempting
too.
for
Let's
me as well
go.
as you to keep doing that. But all right, yeah, okay, cool. So we're following along. This is physics two, or book two of nature, or if it's physics. Yeah.
Physics.
Okay.
So going on, some identify the nature of or substance of a natural object with that immediate constituent of it, which taken by itself is without arrangement. Example, the wood is the nature of the bed, and the bronze the nature of the statue. As an indication of this, Antiphon points out that if you planted a bed and the rotting wood acquired the power of sending up a shoot, it would not be a bed that would come up, but wood, which shows that the arrangement in accordance with the rules of the art is merely an incidental attribute, whereas the real nature is the other, which further persists continuously through the process of making. But if the material of each of these objects has itself the same relation to something else, say bronze or gold to water, bones or wood to earth, and so on, that they say would be their nature and essence. Consequently, some assert earth, others fire, or air, or water, or some or all of these to be the nature of the things that are. For whatever any of them suppose to have this character, whether one thing or more than one thing, this or these he declared to be the whole of substance, all else being its affections, states, or dispositions. Every such thing they held to be eternal, for it could not pass into anything else, but other things to come into being and cease to be times without number. It seems he is also kind of um, giving away that he is also talking about the Ionians. So Heraclitus with the fire, Thales the water, Anaximenes air, yeah, and so yeah, these are in Doxa as well. This then is one account of nature, namely that it is the immediate material substratum of things which have in themselves a principle of motion or change. Another account is that nature is the shape or form which is specified in the definition of the thing. For the word nature or physis is applied to what is according to nature and the natural in the same way as art is applied to what is artistic or a work of art. We should not say in the latter case that there is anything artistic about a thing, if it is a bed only potentially, not yet having the form of a bed, nor should we call it a work of art. The same is true of natural compounds. What is potentially flesh or bone has not yet its own nature, and does not exist until it receives the form specified in the definition, which we name in defining what flesh or bone is.
I remember
Want to
the
jump
first
in?
time I heard Aristotle's definition of soul as the organizing principle that gives the thing its that gives the tree its tree-like structure, that gives the human its human attributes. And I thought, is Aristotle talking about the double helix? Is he talking about the informational principle that organizes? Because he's saying here, okay, you've got some carbon, you've got some hydrogen, you've got some dirt, you've got some earth, you've got some energy, whatever, but none of those are a tree until the vegetative soul of the tree turns those things into treeness. And that goes in and out of existence, even if those raw materials are always eternally there, perhaps, because he's going through other people's ideas right now in his introduction. So it's not clear where he falls on that. But if his definition is the organizational principle, it's probably more than genetics, but it seems to be something like genetics plus maybe a little bit more. I don't know. What do you think of that?
At least some information which we know nowadays as being at least genetics, but it's really complex, man. uh, Genetics that goes back to the first organisms of earth at least, and epigenetics that can relay information from the latest previous generations that wasn't possible to encode in genetics, but it still will influence uh, um,
Yeah.
phenotype.
Even
Yeah.
that is all super complicated, and Aristotle's idea might encompass all of that plus be something more for all we know. But it's all right. So keep going. I don't mean to interrupt. Keep going. Well, let's see what else
Yeah,
he has to
sure.
say about this.
Thus, in the second sense of nature, it would be the shape or form not separable except in statement of things which have in themselves a source of motion. So the combination of the two, example, man is not nature, but by nature or natural.
Okay.
The form indeed is nature rather than the matter, for a thing is more properly said to be what it is when it has attained to fulfillment than when it exists potentially. Again, man is born from man, but not bed from bed. That is why people say that the figure is not the nature of a bed, but the wood is. If the bed sprouted, not a bed, but wood would come up. But even if the figure is art, then on the same principle, the shape of man is his nature. For man is born from man. Yeah, he kind of seems to repeat himself a bit here.
That's
Probably it's because he's giving a lecture and he's kind of repeating himself.
I might be the dumbest person here. I'm glad he's repeating himself so I can try to keep up.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Perhaps it's intentional, um, just like poets repeat themselves. We also speak of a thing's nature as being exhibited in the process of growth by which its nature is attained. The nature, in this sense, is not like doctoring, which leads not to the art of doctoring, but to health. Doctoring must start from the art, not lead to it. But it is not in this way that nature, in the one sense, is related to nature in the other. What grows, qua growing, grows from something into something. Into what then does it grow? Not into that from which it arose, but into that to which it tends. The shape, then, is nature. Shape and nature, it should be added, are in two senses, for the privation to is in a way form, but whether in unqualified coming to be there is privation, i.e., a contrary to what comes to be, we must consider later.
Okay, let's put this let's just add to this an example. Okay, so the acorn is made up of other elements. So what is the acorn? Well, it has its nature. Its nature is the nature of the elements that make it up, but those elements can make up minerals and rocks, formations, and all sorts of other things. They could be making up the constitution of sand grains that has a lot of carbon. Oh no, that's silicon and oxygen. Sorry. It
Yeah,
could be making up an oil slick, or it could be making up a bird or something else, but it happens to be making up the acorn. And so the nature is those elements in the first sense, but then in the second sense, the nature is the thing that it is meant to become, which is the tree. And from the tree, like from the man, you get new acorns and you get new trees. But then also there's the digestive and appetitive soul of the nature of the tree. So there's three senses so far that he's given us of the nature of the tree. It's the material nature of what it's composed of. There's the organizational principle that allows treeness to be in the world. And then there's the appetitive, digestive grabbing of things and then turning them into treeness, right? Grabbing up other
yeah,
carbon out of the atmosphere and turning it into sugar molecules and tree starches and stuff that's aiming towards the actualization of the tree that's also in the nature of the tree. So three different ways that he's given us for nature, and some of them only one of them applies to certain things. And with the example of the tree, we at least have three different ways of thinking of the nature of the tree. It's the thing the tree is supposed to become in its form, but it's also the process of becoming that thing, and it's also the material the tree is made of. Those are three different ways that we can talk so far about the nature of a tree, whereas the nature of a rock might only have the first one.
yeah.
Right.
And furthermore, he's kind of saying that an organism like a tree is not merely the elements that compose it. and just like that, it's not reductionist.
No, that's just the first
Yeah,
sense. There's these other two that can't
yeah,
be reduced to that. That's why he's giving
exactly.
us the other two. Like, he's not
Yeah,
saying, "Oh, yeah, it's just all a bunch of matter in weird shapes or something." He's saying,
yeah,
"No, there's something going on here. There's an organizing principle, and then there's the actual actualization of that organizing principle that lets it be the tree." And that's how you can distinguish it from an object, like an object of craft. He's using the word art here, but he doesn't mean like a painting necessarily alone. He means like a bed, something that's crafted. That has a material nature, but it also has a formal nature, right? It has the nature of, it's got to be a lateral surface suspended off the ground upon which you can lay and sleep, right? So its material nature is one thing, its formal nature is another. But the bed doesn't have the appetitive nature that the tree has or that the animals have, which is to take raw material from around them and turn them into more. I got quite fat in the last couple of years. I've turned a lot of material nature into more of me. And that's what the tree is doing to grow into something. So, okay, so at least we have three concepts so far, and we can see that some only have one that apply to them, and some have three, and some have two.
yeah. And we can also see, as opposed to many people from who call themselves scientists nowadays, who are reductionists, physicalists, Aristotle clearly is not of that breed.
That ain't gonna work. You're not gonna reduce biology to chemistry according to Aristotle. You're gonna have to just start using new terms like
Yeah,
metabolism and reproduction, and those are just emergent principles that require their own analysis and that get a new layer of naturality through which you have to just recognize them. You can't just reduce it. Absolutely.
yeah.
According to him, which is what we're interested in. Okay, let's let you continue.
Okay, so we have distinguished then the different ways in which the term nature is used. The next point to consider is how the mathematician differs from the physicist. Obviously, physical bodies contain surfaces and volumes, lines and points, and these are the subject matter of mathematics. Further, is astronomy different from physics or a department of it? It seems absurd that a physicist should be supposed to know the nature of sun or moon, but not to know any of their essential attributes, particularly as the writers on physics obviously do discuss their shape also, and whether the earth and the world are spherical or not. Now, the mathematician, though he too treats of these things, nevertheless does not treat of them as the limits of a physical body, nor does he consider the attributes indicated as the attributes of such bodies. That is why he separates them, for in thought they are separable from motion, and it makes no difference, nor does any falsity result if they are separated. The holders of the theory of forms do the same. So he's referring to the Platonists here, the school of his teacher. Um, though they are not aware of it, for they separate the objects of physics, which are less separable than those of mathematics. This becomes plain if one tries to state in each of the two cases the definitions of the things and of their attributes. Odd and even, straight and curved, and likewise number, line, and figure do not involve motion. Not so flesh and bone and man. These are defined like snub nose, not like curved.
He's really not okay. This is interesting.
And reminds everyone that he's talking like something like 2300 years ago. Similar
He's
evidence
doing
is
great.
supplied.
I,
Yeah,
I'm trying. I'm trying not to go on too many tangents. Did you hear Stephen Fry give an interesting argument? I don't remember if it was to Jordan Peterson directly or not. I think it might have been in a Jordan Peterson interview on his podcast. Stephen Fry was actually quarreling with what Aristotle said in the last paragraph, and he said that abstraction that mathematicians do, that's illegitimate. You shouldn't be talking about things abstractly and think that that actually means something about the real world. He always wants to anyway, it was fascinating. We might have to link to it later. Anyway, let's continue to
Yeah,
focus on what Aristotle's saying here.
yeah, of course. So similar evidence is supplied by the more physical of the branches of mathematics, such as optics, harmonics, and astronomy. These are in a way the converse of geometry. While geometry investigates physical lines, but not qua-physical, optics investigates mathematical lines, but qua-physical, not qua-mathematical. Since nature has two senses, the form and the matter, we must investigate its objects as we would the essence of snugness. That is, such things are neither independent of matter, nor can be defined in terms of matter only. Here too, indeed, one might raise a difficulty. Since there are two natures, with which is the physicist concerned? Or should he investigate the combination of the two? But if the combination of the two, then also each severally, does it belong then to the nature? Does it belong then to the same or to different sciences to know each severally?
So in the last video, if anybody thought we were making things up when we said, look at how Aristotelian Aquinas is, look at how Aristotelian Aquinas is.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at Aristotle and be like, oh, okay, look at how Aristotelian Aquinas is. Did he not say directly in one of his arguments that the optician has to rely upon principles of another science, the science of coming to know things mathematically, right? I mean, that,
Yeah.
okay, look at how
Yeah,
Aristotle.
kind of like he's not just taking advantage of Aristotle's thought, and also kind of like Aristotle's practices, intellectual practices. He's even copying the examples.
Okay. All right, let's not be too mean to the guy. Okay, fair. Look, they're the best examples. I mean, plagiarize,
Yeah.
plagiarize,
Well,
plagiarize.
even Aristotle would be like, oh, the best age to marry, it's 47, and people ask him, well, which age did you marry? 47.
Wait, Aristotle said that's the best age to marry, and Aquinas married at that age? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, no, no. I'm just saying that Aristotle was the kind of guy
I
to
see.
do something in his life and then say that this is the perfect way of doing it.
I see. I see. All right.
Maybe he was kind of predicting he would be a big deal even after departing this physical world. So let's go.
I'm itching to add some Platonic voices to all of this.
Oh, he's going to go to the pre-Socratics again. If we look at the ancients, physics would be concerned with the matter. It was only very slightly that Empedocles and Democritus touched on the forms and the essence. But if, on the other hand, art imitates nature, and it is the part of the same discipline to know the form and the matter up to the point, example, of the doctor, the doctor has a knowledge of health and also of bile and
Aristotle
phlegm.
can't even acknowledge the Platonic pre-Socratic voices. He can't even acknowledge that Parmenides was caring about the ideas and the abstractions. He has to only cite the atomists.
Oh, he will cite Parmenides, I believe, in metaphysics.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, that's where it belongs. All right, let's keep going.
So example, the doctor has a knowledge of health and also of bile and phlegm, in which health is realized, and the builder both in the forms of the house and of the matter, namely that it has is bricks and beams, and so forth. If this is so, it would be the part of physics also to know nature in both its senses.
Okay.
Again, that for the sake of which, or the end, belongs to the same department of knowledge as the means. But the nature is the end, or that for the sake of which. For if a thing undergoes a continuous change and there is a stage which is last, this stage is the end, or that for the sake of which. That is why the poet was carried away into making an absurd statement when he said, "He has the end for the sake of which he was born." For not every stage, maybe he's talking about Achilles' glory. For not every stage that his last claims to be an end, but only that which is best. So basically, the purpose of Achilles coming to the world was glory, because he chose glory. He really wanted glory. Even the gods prophesied, well, you will either have a really unremarkable life or you will attain glory. And Achilles chose glory, and that was how he kind of, he went with a bang.
His end happened to be also temporally his end. But what Aristotle is saying is the crescendo of the parabolic arc of your life could be not when you die. Like you might continue to live after that, and so that they're not the same thing, but they may have been the same thing with
Yeah, because the,
Achilles.
the Greek word kleos, glory, I think it has afterlife kind of meaning. So basically, like we say today, um, someone who was really great at what he does, he was immortalized, and we still talk about him, kind of like we talk nowadays about Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton was immortalized by his contributions to mathematics and physics. And I think it's kind of like in this sense, it can be like that. It can be post the
I
dying.
follow. Yeah, I follow. That
Okay,
makes sense. Okay.
for the arts make their material, some simply make it, others make it serviceable, and we use everything as if it was there for our sake. We also are, in a sense, an end. I think it's also worthwhile to say that when Aristotle says arts, he says crafts, he says stuff that activities in which people create things. He even called politics an art. So basically, keep in mind that when he says arts, he's talking about, I think, professions, I
Profession.
believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good word for it.
We also are, in a sense, an end, that for the sake of which has two senses. The distinction is made in our work on philosophy. So, if you want,
Been
buy
watching
on
Aquinas
philosophy.
make distinction, distinction, distinction. We've been saying how Aristotelian he is, and here we see that he's thinking, as you pointed out, he's not only thinking some of the same things that Aristotle was
Yeah,
thinking or telling us to them in an updated version or whatever, but he's thinking in the same way that Aristotle is thinking. Say, all right, well, there's two different ways that we could mean this, and let's examine this one, then let's examine that one.
yeah.
Oh, this one has three different senses. Okay, well, okay. They're thinking in
This
the
is
same.
actually a super duper really good way to approach complex problems. Even software developers do that nowadays.
No
They
disagreement.
they instead of succumbing to analysis paralysis by looking at a complex problem to implement through code, or a complex thing that they want to achieve through code, they do their best to break it down into smaller, manageable problems, and then they integrate the solutions together to make the whole thing work together. And so, yeah, it's a really great way to approach complexity, approach big things. Okay, the arts, therefore, which govern the matter and have knowledge are two, namely the art which uses the product and the art which directs the production of it. That is why the using art also is, in a sense, directive. But it differs in that it knows the form, whereas the art which is directive, as being concerned with production, knows the matter. For the helmsman knows and prescribes what sort of form a helm should have, the other from what wood it should be made and by means of what operations. In the products of art, however, we make the material with a view to the function, whereas in the products of nature, the matter is there all along.
We see that same distinction again. Okay.
Yeah. Again, matter is a relative term. To each form there corresponds a special matter. How far, then, must the physicist know the form or essence? Up to a point, perhaps, as the doctor must know sinew or the smith bronze, i.e., until he understands the purpose of each. And the physicist is concerned only with things whose forms are separable indeed, but do not exist apart from matter. So, in a sense, he's saying that we need to know things enough for pragmatism's sake.
It's also
And
illustrating the hierarchy of sciences that Aquinas drew out for us.
yeah,
So it's like,
yeah,
if you're doing this, you need to just start with these terms that are established a layer above you, and you don't need to go any further than that. And when it comes to physics, he's saying, here's the line between that and the metaphysics. You might need to rely on some notions. They come from this other realm, but to do physics, you need to start with that. And he's just drawing the borders between, from optics and mathematics and physics and cosmology and metaphysics, and showing how they relate in exactly the same way that Aquinas is showing how they relate.
yeah. Okay, so man is begotten by man and by the Son as well, the mode of existence and essence of the separable. It is the business of the primary type of philosophy to define. Now that we have established these distinctions, we must proceed to consider causes, their character and number. Knowledge is the object of our inquiry, and men do not think they know a thing till they have grasped the why of which is to grasp its primary cause. So clearly, we too must do this as regards both coming to be and passing away, and every kind of physical change, in order that, knowing their principles, we may try to refer to these principles each of our problems.
Now we have the fourth sense. We had the
Yeah.
three earlier.
In one sense, then, that of which a thing comes to be and which persists is called cause. Example, the bronze of the statue, the silver of the bowl, and the genera of which the bronze and the silver are species. So I think material cause.
Material cause. Fantastic.
In another sense, the form or the archetype, so the formal cause, i.e., the statement of the essence and its genera, are called causes. Example, the octave of the of the octave, the relation of 2 to 1, and generally number, and the parts in the definition. So formal cause. Again, the primary source of the change or coming to rest. Example, the man who gave advice is a cause. The father is cause of the child, and generally what makes of what is made and what causes change of what is changed. So the efficient cause. Again, in the sense of end, or that for the sake of which a thing is done. Example, health is the cause of walking about. Why is he walking about? We say, to be healthy. And having said that, we think we have assigned the cause. The same is true also of all the intermediate steps which are brought about through the action of something else as means toward the end. Example, reduction of flesh, purging, drugs, or surgical instruments are means towards health. All these things are for the sake of the end, though they differ from one another in that some are activities, others instruments. So I believe it's called a final cause, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's take the statue of Zeus again. What Aristotle is saying is that when you ask somebody what explains the existence of this thing, there's actually four different, not just causes, senses of cause, but four different disciplines. There's four different, and they're all legitimate according to Aristotle. So there's four ways you could approach that question. The first one you could say is, well, the intermolecular forces of attraction which bond bronze atoms to each other is the explanation, right? The statue of Zeus is made of bronze, and so I'm going to talk about the material cause and I'm going to investigate it that way. Aristotle says, great, let's do that. That would be a fine thing to do. But that's not the only thing that's fine to do. You could also ask, what's the cause? Like, how is it that this is a statue of Zeus? Well, it has a form and a shape, and the artist, maybe through inspiration, has come to catch a glimpse of the overarching principle of Zeusness and what that is supposed to be, and so has carved it in a certain way to depict Zeus. So it's the reason why this is a statue of Zeus is that it is in the shape of Zeus and puts us in mind of, when we look at it, Zeus-like principles. Okay. Then the third thing is, well, wait a minute. How is it that this is a statue of Zeus? The third way, and the first two are completely appropriate according to Aristotle, ways of inquiring about things, but there's other ones. The third way is to say the reason why this is a statue of Zeus is Frank over here. Frank understands how to shape bronze. Frank is the guy that makes bronze statues. So the reason why this statue of Zeus is not just bronze lying in the ground, but is shaped in this way is that Frank knows how to work with bronze and he wanted to produce it to sell it in the marketplace. Okay, then what's the fourth sense? The fourth sense is also a legitimate source of or stage of inquiry, according to Aristotle. He says the purpose of the fact that it has this form and why the guy made it and why people want to buy it and why we dug the bronze out of the ground in the first place is that we want to be put in mind of the cosmic hierarchy principles that have to do with organizing the court of human affairs properly, because we want to be put in mind of that logistic principle and how it needs to stay on the throne with all the other statues of gods that, if they were on the throne, would run things into haywire and chaos, so that we can be thinking about the things we need to think about in order to live our lives well. So it's the purpose of why anybody made it in the first place, the fact that someone has the skill to make it, the raw material out of which it's made, and the fact that it has the shape that allows it to be a statue of Zeus. So those four inquiries are four different senses of why is this a statue of Zeus, and all four inquiries relate to each other in different ways and borrow from each other and maybe rely upon each other in different ways, but all four are legitimate according to Aristotle. Is that a fair summation so far?
Yeah, it is a pretty good summation. I would like to also add that there is something really, really interesting going on here regarding language. So, in these four points, Aristotle is saying how people speak about things, and they employ the same word, cause. And he identified that people are kind of fooling themselves linguistically because they are using this exact same word to mean completely different things.
Mm-hmm.
Cause. That's why he was forced to distinguish them. He was forced. He had to make distinctions here so he could think more clearly. Because if he would go by how people just talk haphazardly, employing the same word, borrowing the same word for different things, he would probably not get very far philosophically.
This is okay. So this is exactly what man, it's so good having you here, because we've been saying this is Aristotle, this is Aristotle, this is Aristotle as we've been reading through the Summa Theologica. And now that we're getting to look at the text of Aristotle, it's like, what is he doing here? He's saying, don't kid yourself, scientismists. Now, Aristotle and the Aristotelian impulse is why we have science in the first place. I know Descartes came in and tried to turn this all over and all of that.
And Francis Bacon with his Baconian method.
Modern idea of what science is right now, obviously, major quarrel about Aristotle's physics and all of that. But Aristotle is saying, let's look out into the world to try to examine what things actually are. So he's pushing us in that scientific direction. But while he's doing it, he's saying, don't kid yourself into thinking you came up with a material explanation, and you're not making a category mistake when you say that's all there ever could be, because that's all I can understand when I'm working in this field with the terms that I have to adopt. And I won't ask questions about the metaphysics that allowed me to adopt them in the first place, which is exactly the same thing that Aquinas is doing. He's saying this science thing is great, but metaphysics is required in order to do it. And let me show you how the divine has to be a part of this. The same thing is being done by Aristotle here. So, oh, we've got someone joining us, so we will add them in. So I'm going to shut up and ask if you would like to finish this or what you would like to do next, because we have other
Well,
things to read
well,
as well.
I have time. I can sleep in tomorrow. I can go a bit more if you are okay
Yeah,
with it.
do more, but do more here, do more somewhere else. Tell us what you want to do. There's a lot of, so what we're doing for those who are just joining is we've done 6 videos now where we've started at the beginning of the Summa Theologica. There's a website, we'll make it public eventually, but we're going through the Summa Theologica. And so what we've done is we finished the first 2 treatises where we dealt, well, we finished the first 2 treatises. And now what we're doing is we're going to do a couple of videos looking back at everything that we saw in the first 2 treatises of the Summa Theologica before we move on to the third one, which is going to be super exciting and I can't wait to get to. And what we're doing is we're saying, okay, what other sources of philosophy is directly being referred to by Aquinas while he's doing this? And one of the sources is, well, clearly he's relying heavily on Aristotle. So we're looking right now at Aristotle, but also as we've been reading through it, we've noticed that he's answering questions and making statements about William James. He's talking to Dostoevsky and having an objector rise up and say, well, what about this? He's citing Occam's razor. He's talking with pre-Socratics and he's talking with us, and it's almost like this Summa Theologica is a tent that allows people from across time to come in and butt heads with each other. So what we're going to do is go back over everything we saw in the first 2 treatises and read a little bit of Anselm, who he addresses, right? We're going to read, we've already read a couple of excerpts from Plato's Dialogues. We're going to spend a lot of time looking at Aristotle because clearly there's a good reason for doing that. But we're going to look at things that show up in the Summa, both in the form of objections to the way that Aquinas thinks, but also with Aristotle right here, we've seen an intense amount of things that he's relying upon. So let's stop with that sort of break in the middle here because we're going much longer than usual and we're just going to keep going because this party don't stop. I'm going to let Roger take it away as we continue on the Aristotle part, and then we're going to circle back and we're going to look at Anselm and some other things as well, probably. If there's
Okay,
time, we might
let's
do a
go.
second video on this.
Okay, sure. So this then perhaps exhausts the number of ways in which the term cause is used. So he's satisfied with how thorough he was.
Okay.
As the word has several senses, it follows that there are several causes of the same thing, not merely in virtue of a concomitant attribute. Example, both the art of the sculpture and the bronze are causes of the statue. These are causes of the statue qua statue, not in virtue of anything else that it may be, only not in the same way, the one being the material cause, the other the cause whence the motion comes. Some things cause each other reciprocally. Example, hard work causes fitness and vice versa, but again, not in the same way. But the one as end, the other as the origin of change. Further, the same thing is the cause of contrary results. For that which by its presence brings about one result is sometimes blamed for bringing about the contrary by its absence. Thus we ascribe the wreck of a ship to the absence of the pilot, whose presence was the cause of its safety.
While you're reading, I just wanted to pick up some of these diagrams that we have that are showing Aquinas relating these different disciplines with their different questions, right? So
yeah, though the text is not visible. Not sure if it's your intention.
No, I can only show one thing at a time. So while you're reading, I was trying to show some of these pictures of the ways that we've seen Aquinas relate the different disciplines to each other. I won't do this for long, but I just took away the text for a quick second so that we can show some of these diagrams we have here. This one in particular is exactly, now that we're reading all of this Aristotle, look at what we saw with Aquinas, right? You can have You can have a student of optics who's saying, hey, look at this. The light, when it passes from one medium to another, has an angle of deflection. I'll call it theta. And here I am measuring it. I'm not abstractly dealing with angles, but I'm measuring it out. And I'm saying I'm describing formulaically what's happening in the world. But in order to do that, he has to rely on mathematicians who are defining concepts of lines and points and all of this sort of stuff, which is relying upon a nobler science still, something like logic and philosophy, which is using rules of right reason in order to give us these principles of mathematics. And both Aristotle and Aquinas are saying that's also relying upon something metaphysical, ultimate purpose and end of the reason why these things exist, and the fact that the world can be made sense of in these ways. Aquinas is actually highlighting this more than we've seen so far with Aristotle, but he's highlighting the fact that even the idea that you could use rationality to make sense of things is relying on something metaphysical. There's no reason to keep that up except to, there we go, except to just pull up that illustration while you're discussing. Aristotle's doing exactly the same thing. Look at this last paragraph again.
Yeah. Also, it's worthwhile to remind people that Aristotle is already kind of post-science, because there was a huge boom of science with the Ionians, aka the pre-Socratics. These guys made a lot of new technologies. They innovated a lot. They were very industrious and very wealthy. Miletus was a very wealthy city, Ephesus as well, and there was a huge boom, and so this height of Athens, and with the age of Pericles and Socrates, which didn't really last long, but then recovered with Alexander the Great, who kind of made the Macedonian state the new overlord of the Athenians, and Aristotle benefiting from that. This means that historically, Aristotle has practically a pretty good viewpoint of different traditions, including the very materialistic physicalist scientists, and also ethicists like Socrates, etc. So it's not like they are situated in a primitive time in which their viewpoint is narrow. Socrates is drinking with many different straws from many different traditions. Okay.
100%. That's one of the main things that we were hoping to illustrate when we read through Aquinas. And again, we just got through the first two treatises. We're going to do the whole Summa. I think right now, since this is going to go 2 or 3 times as long as most of our videos go, and I'm happy with that, I want to keep going, it would probably be a good time to welcome some new viewers with another simultaneous sip.
Let's go.
I've got a bitter blood orange Italian imported soda here, which get yourself to an Italian import store and your life will be happier. Okay, so grab your cup. Existential Autist, welcome. Grab your cup, your mug, your glass, your tankard, your chalice, your thermos, or your stein.
Grand Rising, all just a mic check. Hello, Zora. Hello, Roger.
Hello. It's good to see you.
Hello. Yes, blessed to be here. Grateful to be here. All the best to you both, and all within philosophizing and processing and exchanging ideas, and in the spirit of philosophia to explore and ask questions and share that out and just have a space with it. And it's a joy to be on the StreamYard with that and bringing the visuals and just encouraging more to engage with these original, the idea of original text, right? And then bringing the present moment to different strands of philosophy and all of that interrelation of wisdom. So joy to be here, and we shall converse soon. And yeah, we'll get into it. Yeah.
We're glad to have you here. So what we're going to do to kick off this next section, we are going to dive into Aristotle, because Roger's got a lot of great slides and some great texts. And to kick off doing more of that right now, get your cup, your mug, your glass, your tankard, your chalice, your thermos or your stein, your canteen, your jug, your flask, your vessel of any kind, and fill it with your favorite liquid. I like coffee. And join me now for the unparalleled pleasure, the dopamine hit of the day, the thing that makes everything including the most amazing discussions that have ever happened in our species as recorded. Even better, it's called the simultaneous sip, and it happens right now. Go. The power of simultaneity. Do you feel the chills? Do you feel the chills? Ah, I can feel them. Okay. Without further ado, Roger, take it away. You've got a lot of excerpts from Aristotle that are worth reading to understand Aquinas' way of thinking. Let's do it.
Let's go. So all the causes now mentioned fall into 4 familiar divisions. The letters are the causes of syllables, the material of artificial products, fire, etc., of bodies, the parts of the whole, and the premises of the conclusion in the sense of that from which. Of these pairs, the one set are causes in the sense of substratum. Example, the parts. The other set in the sense of essence, the whole and the combination and the form. But the seed and the doctor and the advisor and generally the maker are all sources whence the change or stationariness originates, while the others are causes in the sense of the end or the good of the rest. For that, for the sake of which, means what is best and the end of the things that lead up to it, whether we say the good itself or the apparent good makes no difference. Such then is the number and nature of the kinds of cause. Now the modes of causation are many, though when brought under heads, they too can be reduced.
I have to ask a question. I'm so sorry, Roger, to interrupt. I have to ask a question. So Aristotle has a book called Physics. I think it's important for us to remember that he's talking to the physicists right here. He's saying this is how your discipline relates to other disciplines and maybe what it relies upon and all of that. But while you're doing physics, while you're studying the natural world and looking for the efficient causes and the formal causes and the material causes, this is what you should be considering. He also wrote a book, Aristotle didn't he, on metaphysics, yes?
Yeah.
And you said that was also cited by Aristotle as well, or by Aquinas as well while we were reading, yes?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. I just have to ask a quick question. I want us to continue doing this physics. This is fantastic. What other excerpts from Aristotle? I know you had a slide on it a minute ago that you were showing us. What other ones are we going to be reading today?
Okay, so let's see. So here in the slide, as for metaphysics, books 2 and 5.
5.
Yeah.
Oh, those are both from metaphysics.
Yeah, these are from metaphysics.
And what are we going to read from physics? Just book 7?
From physics, just book 2.
Just book 2. I see. Okay.
Yeah, just book 2. And let's see. From metaphysics. So book 2 has 3 parts. It's small. And 7.
Okay.
Yeah, 7 is a bit big.
And just book 2 from physics. Was there anything else from Aristotle that we were going to read?
Well,
I mean, we're going to read everything in the rest of our classes, but for the sake of looking at Aquinas.
Well, since based on the parts that we already read, these were the parts that most related with what Aquinas was reasoning about. As we progress forward in Aquinas, we might find other things from Aristotle that he's quoting about, maybe like the categories or prior or posterior analytics.
Awesome. So, just for everybody that's tuning in, that's what we're going to do. We're going to read book 2 of the physics and books 2 and 7 of the metaphysics of Aristotle. And you see how utterly relevant every paragraph has been for what we've gone over in the last 6 videos of Aquinas, where we dealt with the first 2 treatises of the Summa. So, okay, I'm sorry.
I'd just like to quickly comment on that, and the respect of the entwining of the Logos and the knowledge into the wisdom. And, after previously having discussions with yourself, of then those listening and watching this material, how that is so interlinked and intertwined, yet seemingly so different, paradoxically.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. The thing is, we are practicing this practice of looking at a person who appears to us wise, like Aquinas, and we realize that he is heavily citing someone else that he considers wise. So
We'll say
it's
relying
probably wise to read the wise people who the wise person is clearly showing signs that he studied them heavily. So
Let's do it. All right, I don't mean to interrupt. Let's let you continue. Please continue. This is fantastic.
okay. Such then is the number and nature of the kinds of cause. Now the modes of causation are many, though when brought under heads, they too can be reduced in number. For cause is used in many senses, and even within the same kind, one may be prior to another. Example, the doctor and the expert are causes of health, the relation 2 to 1 and number of the octave, and always what is inclusive to what is particular. Another mode of causation is the incidental and its genera. Example, in one way, Polyclitus, in another, sculpture is the cause of a statue, because being Polyclitus and sculpture are incidentally conjoined. Also, the classes in which the incidental attribute is included. Thus, a man could be said to be the cause of a statue, or generally a living creature. An incidental attribute, too, may be more or less remote. Example, suppose that a pale man or a musical man were said to be the cause of the statue. All causes,
boundaries he's drawing here. That's all fine. Yeah.
All causes, both proper and incidental, may be spoken of either as potential or as actual. Example, the cause of a house being built is either house builder or house builder building. Hold on.
Interesting. Okay, another note that we can make that we've talked about in our after show already is that it seems that Aristotle's books are compilations of student notes. So while we're reading this, if it sounds to you like Aristotle's explaining more than what's on the page and someone is rapidly writing down the bullet points, that might be how a lot of these books were compiled for us from Aristotle.
Yeah, for instance, the parentheses, maybe they are additions by the student.
Or examples, then he's just reminding us of the example. Perhaps Aristotle talked for a long time about this. We can tell what he means, and we've got the point. So they were very good students who weren't writing down the wrong things. But it seems like that's how these books came to us. Okay, let's continue.
Similar distinctions can be made in the things of which the causes are causes. Example, of this statue, or of statue, or of image generally, of this bronze, or of material generally. So too with the incidental attributes. Again, we may use a complex expression for either and say, example, neither Polyclitus nor sculpture, but Polyclitus sculpture. All these various uses, however, come to 6 in number, under each of which, again, the usage is twofold. Cause means either what is particular or a genus, or an incidental attribute or a genus of that. And these either as a complex or each by itself. And all 6 either as actual or as potential. The difference is this much, that causes which are actually at work and particular exist and cease to exist simultaneously with their effect. Example, this healing person with this being healed person, and that house building man with that being built house. But this is not always true of potential causes. The house and the house builder do not pass away simultaneously. In investigating the cause of each thing, it is always necessary to seek what is most precise, as also in other things. Thus, man builds because he is a builder, and the builder builds in virtue of his art of building. This last cause then is prior, and so generally. Further, generic effects should be assigned to generic causes, particular effects to particular causes. Example, statue to sculptor, this statue to this sculpture, and powers are relative to possible effects, actually operating causes to things which are actually being affected. This must suffice for our account of the number of causes and the modes of causation. But chance also and spontaneity are reckoned among causes. Many things are said both to be and to come to be as a result of chance and spontaneity. We must inquire, therefore, in what matter chance and spontaneity are present among the causes enumerated, and whether they are the same or different, and generally what chance of spontaneity are. Some people even question whether they are real or not. They say that nothing happens by chance, but that everything which we ascribe to chance or spontaneity has some definite cause. Example, coming by chance into the market and finding there a man whom one wanted but did not expect to meet is due to one's wish to go and buy in the market. Similarly, in other cases, the chance it is always possible, they maintain, to find something which is the cause, but not chance. For if chance were real, it would seem strange indeed, and the question might be raised, why on earth none of the wise men of old, in speaking of the causes of generation and decay, took account of chance? Whence it would seem that they too did not believe that anything is by chance. But there is a further circumstance that is surprising. Many things both come to be and are by chance and spontaneity, and although know that each of them can be ascribed to some cause, as the old argument said which denied chance, nevertheless they speak of some of these things as happening by chance and others not. For this reason, also, they ought to have at least referred to the matter in some way or other. Certainly, the early physicists found no place for chance among the causes which they recognized: love, strife, mind, fire, or the like. This is strange. Whether they supposed that there is no such thing as chance, or whether they thought there is, but omitted to mention it. I think they didn't mention it because strife is a goddess. Mind is Zeus, basically.
Within physics, you have to believe in determinism.
Fire is Hestia. Well, these are ancient people. It seems to me that they consider that there would be no room for chance by what we experience when we read the Iliad or the Odyssey. Nothing is left to chance because even the apparent erraticness of our emotions, of human emotions, or of the
Caused by the
state of the sea. Yeah.
Sure.
Everything is
so
caused by the gods.
love, you could fall in love out of the blue, but really there's Cupid there shooting you with an arrow. Okay, fine. But it's not clear that the mythopoetic depiction of this isn't still incorporating chance. I mean, there's gods of chaos and things like that. Putting that aside, though, Aristotle's talking to the physicists, and he's surprised that physicists in the past haven't incorporated chance into their model of how everything works. And that seems strange. Doesn't that seem strange to you?
Yeah, it seems strange, but he's saying wise men. I'm not sure. He's saying wise men of the past. I'm not sure how many of them were actual physicists. That's the kicker.
Okay, that's fine, but he's talking to physicists now, right? He's saying, how do you do physics? Of all these different types of inquiries, we're looking for causes, and we have to be careful if we speak about proximal causes and specific causes or incidental causes. He's categorized all of that out, and he's saying we're going to go look for causes for things, and there's 3 at least that are available to us of the 4 as physicists. But then within that framework, he's saying what about this chance idea? And we don't know what his answer is because we haven't gotten to it yet. He's just brought it up. But he says it's surprising to him that, so let me put it this way, because this should be an odd question. This should sound odd. If a physicist today working at MIT or something started saying to himself and saying to other people, this physics thing that we're studying, I feel like we're not incorporating a very important variable, chaos, random spontaneity of things just happening. Every other physicist would say, you can't do physics if you incorporate that into it. And if Aristotle right here is saying the early physicists found no place for chance, that makes sense to me if they're being physicists. But Aristotle is saying, with my giant brain over here trying to understand the world, I'm perfectly happy to say, well, sometimes you can see a domino bumping into another domino and you can explain the cause and effect there. But over here, you just see something just happened and it doesn't have an explanation. Typically, to be a physicist, you sort of have to, it is true, right? It may be true that there's chaos, but you have to blind yourself to it and cartoonify the world if you're going to do physics in the first place. So the fact that Aristotle is surprised that as physicists, when they're asking those types of questions, of course, we don't mean physicists today that are just studying molecules or motion or anything like that, but people studying that and also biology and all these other sciences. As physicists, Aristotle is surprised that they're not incorporating some element of chaos into the stuff they're trying to make sense of. I want to see what his answer is, but
I was just going to quickly add to that, gentleman, that because of the wonder of the fulcrum position of being outside of that spectacle or the 3D realm, that Aristotle taken that strange position of observing that, being the observer, yet also the observed. So the strangeness and the weirdness and the magic of this coming from that very, well, almost, like one say of God recognize God, or consciousness recognizing consciousness, or intelligence recognizing itself. So that very act of stepping back, of course, then that becomes strange and chaotic to those that may fully identify with the physical material realm. That illusion now that isn't related to the ethereal realm of the spiritus or that which was before, and being in this nowadays psychologically Western medicine an altered state, or appearing like a schizophrenic divergent kind of character out of touch with reality, when actually it was observing the reality for what it was rather than not being in touch with it, paradoxically.
What existential autist is highlighting here, I noticed this earlier in Aristotle as well. This is something that would have been easy for people to miss. And it's exactly as he says it is. Aristotle is doing science from within the universe. He's not doing it from outside the universe, just measuring things from outside. That's not the illusion he's using to do science. And that was clear earlier. And it's exactly as you said it was. He's doing science as a part of nature that is having a relational impact and a two-way effect on the things that he's observing. That was clear that he understood it that way from earlier. I didn't point it out, but that's a heck of a thing to pick up on there, existential. That's very cool. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to shut up. Let's continue.
Let's see if Aristotle gives us an answer.
Let's see what he does. Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah. Okay. Then he goes, and that too, when they sometimes used it, as Empedocles does when he says that the air is not always separated into the highest region, but as it may chance. At any rate, he says in his cosmogony that it happened to run that way at that time, but it often ran otherwise.
That's chaos.
Yeah. He tells us also that most of the parts of animals came to be by chance.
Okay, that's what Empedocles
So
said.
he's kind of, Empedocles in some ways kind of foreshadowed Darwin.
Well, I think Darwin is an enemy of chance. I think Darwin is trying to explain, well, we can get into that a little bit more in a second, but Aristotle's citing Empedocles to say at least this one natural scientist mentioned chance a couple of times, but Aristotle is still finding it curious that all these other minds aren't able to just deal with, oh yeah, chance is a part of all of this. That's actually, to our modern scientific minds, we should be like, who is this Aristotle guy and why is he bringing in chance? We're trying to ignore that as studiously as we can so that we can make really good predictions on things. I mean, don't bother with the fact that I've cartoonified everything and simplified it. Look how good the predictions are. And Aristotle's like, well, that's weird. Why are you just pretending to ignore the obviousness of a chaotic element to being? So I really want to hear what Aristotle's answer is to all of this, because this is really quite impressive.
Yeah, you can't say with a straight face that the universe is always giving off airs of perfect determinism. You either invoke that you are ignorant of the determinism that is happening there, or you admit that sometimes you flip a coin and it lands on heads or tails, and sometimes very rarely it lands on the edge, as
So
happened all
I'm not
three
sure the
events.
universe is. I'm not sure the
No,
universe.
just 2 seconds. With that of the determinism, and just to speculate on that metaphysically, it's that you see in the straight face there, Roger, and again, right, because of the identification with the 3D reality or the persona in the physical time. So that thing of the rationalists against the unrational, dualistic thinking itself, people are aware of it, but seeing it without trying to identify with it. That's how it's like, well, a meditation, a state of awareness that combines the two. So that craft and that alchemy taking place and pointing it out isn't a disservice to the rationalists or the unrational, or you mentioned Darwin there and Darwinian eugenics. And a lot of the time with Darwin and eugenics, a lot of the mystical element is not being explored, of how it's educated to the people, how it's put out as a survival of the fittest, but much more there to connect with. And yeah, we'll listen on to the magic,
I would agree with you. Darwin is an enemy of chance. He's not saying these things are happening by chance, as Empedocles is being quoted as saying by Aristotle here. He's trying to do the exact opposite. I have a question for Roger. Do you think the universe is giving off, I don't remember how you put it, but this aura of determinism, or do you think that we have to accept it as an article of faith to begin an inquiry from a scientific perspective?
Well, if you look purely in the realm of classical physics, it seems very clearly that even dice throws aren't random. If you measure them with sufficiently advanced apparatus, you can confidently predict dice throws. When you launch the dice, you have some lasers or cameras or whatever that measure precisely what's going on, and you have a control environment, and you can predict them fairly accurately. Now, when things come to really small particles, electrons and whatever, the best that I've been finding about the cutting edge of what science is being described is that it really does seem that the universe has some randomness there, but
they're using probability. That's the best they can do right
yeah.
now.
But
not,
it's kind of like the best. Yeah, it's what I'm trying to say. It's the best that they can do right now with the tools they have and the observations they've done, which isn't much. There's a lot of ignorance about quantum physics.
right.
Famously, they say if you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics.
That's right.
Yeah.
I won't even use it as an example here. So I agree that dice rolls could be physically determined to a large degree, and your predictions can be very good. But the question I'm asking, and it seems surprising to me that Aristotle might be open to this question, is if we're going to go try to make sense of the world, we can't make sense of it unless it's in a causal nexus. It's a that determinate blanket sort of. We can make sense of things within the mist of determinism, but not outside of it. Okay, so does that mean that there is nothing outside of it? That would seem like a leap. And Aristotle thinks so. He seems to think like, why are you not mentioning that there's a chaotic element to this whole thing?
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what his conclusion is. Let's find out.
Okay, I believe it's here. There are some too who ascribe this heavenly sphere and all the worlds to spontaneity. They say that the vortex arose spontaneously, i.e., the motion that separated and arranged in its present order all that exists. This statement might well cause surprise, for they are asserting that chance is not responsible for the existence or generation of animals and plants, nature or mind or something of the kind being the cause of them. For it is not any chance thing that comes from a given seed, but an olive from one kind and a man from another. And yet, at the same time, they assert that the heavenly sphere and the divinest of visible things arose spontaneously, having no such cause as is assigned to animals and plants. Yet, if this is so, it is a fact which deserves to be dwelt upon. And something might well have been said about it. For besides the other absurdities of the statement, it is the more absurd that people should make it when they see nothing coming to be spontaneously in the heavens. Yeah, so the people observing the heavens, basically they only see regular motions, predictability. They could calculate, even in Aristotle's time, eclipses and whatever, really sophisticated things. So for them, for all intents and purposes, the heavens are fully deterministic. While things here in imperfect Earth, with all this chaos going around, not so much. Let's see. So nothing coming to be spontaneous.
Much happening by chance.
But much happening by chance among the things which, as they say, are not due to chance. Whereas we should have expected exactly the opposite.
It's just curious. I'm really
maybe. Well, I'm not. Maybe he's including weather here.
Yeah, perhaps.
Not just the celestial objects, because I can see in people in his time knowing and thinking about the weather as chance and unpredictable and whatever.
The only reason we don't think of that way is an article of faith. Aristotle could be correct. He could say, look, your little minds are not capable of believing that you live in a world where random things can happen, but that doesn't mean they don't happen. It just means you only want to look at the things to the degree that you can predict them and comprehend them. But that doesn't mean, like, Aristotle might just be seeing more clearly than we are and saying, look, obviously some of these things are just happening and they're not determined. And we say, well, you can't say that because the only way to think about things is to think of them as determined. And Aristotle is saying that's a curious thing for you to say because you don't know the cause and it sure looks random to me. I mean, we still don't know the causes of lots of things. And so we haven't gotten rid of logically or through investigation the idea that chaos could be an element of it.
Yeah, I was just going to add into it two sentences there, Roger, that the element of even in reading texts, right, in the reading of them, and then as Aristotle does, or those who have scribed that from the oral traditions, from the mouth, as was said before there, Zara, of that interpretation of what was said, there seems to be in the coding of the texts a pulling apart of that fixed reality or people's idea of reality in something that is seemingly otherworldly but in the world, and that connects to so much of the religions that followed on from that, being in the world, not of the world, an altered state somewhere else, something that doesn't conform or abide by the rules of physics, something that is observing that which is going on, yet doesn't necessarily identify with then the calculus or the calculation. And it's just like reading a text, and as I say to people, that's the thing, it's open to exploration and wonder instead of trying to memorize and think that it's complete fact. it's an exploration of the terrain of the artifice on the screen, right? Yeah.
Let's see where Aristotle goes with this. I really want to see how he lands this plane. It's cool that he's bringing up this question the way he's bringing it up. So would you mind taking over, Roger, and continuing?
Yeah, sure. I wanted also to mention one thing, which is if there truly is randomness in this universe and things really do happen by chance, and at the same time, divinity really is real and exists. So it doesn't take a lot to add 1 + 1 = 2 to say that the fact that the universe is embedded with true chance is kind of like a backdoor for divinity to kind of nudge things.
I think we're going to see that in the next
without giving itself away so much.
This is bringing up a new paradox. Let's call it an Aristotlean paradox here, which is if the chance things are attributed to the characters of the divine, are they really chance? And you brought it up that way a second ago. I think in the very next sentence of this document, he's going to say exactly what you're saying there. I think you're correct.
Okay, others there are who indeed believe that chance is a cause, but that it is inscrutable to human intelligence as being a divine thing and full of mystery. Thus we must inquire.
Yeah. It's all right. Well, so he acknowledges that would put some elements of being beyond the reach of human intelligence. Right? You can't think of the world that way. You just can't make sense of it by definition. If it really is chaos, you're just sitting there going, I see these two connections. That's what I'll focus on because I can't think about chaos as an element here. And Aristotle says, yeah, that's right. You can't think about it. But why should we as philosophers say, therefore, it doesn't exist? You're just cognitively blind to it. This is a hell of an impressive intellectual move by Aristotle, and I didn't expect it. This is monstrous. Please continue.
Yeah. Basically, what do we do? Do we use mathematical and simulation hardware to predict the weather, or also read omens, or both?
Okay, well, if you can predict it the first way, then it is determined somehow, as evidenced by the fact that you can make predictions. If you're doing it with omens and mysticism, it's still a part of the mystery, and maybe it's contained within the nature of the gods that rule over us, and maybe that's deterministic in some way, and so we can think of it that way, or maybe that's the closest that we can think of it, and that's just a metaphorical way of letting our brains point at something that we can't actually wrap them around. Look, I'm beyond fascinated. I can't wait to hear what else he has to say about this chance thing.
I'll just quickly move this because I know you're on the edge of the seat there and everyone's waiting for the punchline of it. And the one there, Roger, of when you said of the statement of the 1 + 1 = 2, but then again, like from the Greek and the Logos and how the English has been a translation of that, people believing that is the answer. And like this isn't, an original idea of mine per se, but that's to do with a counting system, right? But actually, if you say 1 + 1 equals in the I was going to say the symbols, the word comes to mind. Well, on your fingers, 1 + 1 = 6. So that construction of why are they telling people
6?
Well,
Roman 6.
By the syllables, right? By the which word I'm looking for. So yeah, how it's been limited towards 1 + 1 = 2 rather than counting the frequency or the sound of what it's saying.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay,
thank you for that.
Let's go. Thus we must.
I feel like can I comment that we've left Aquinas behind so far? Like we were definitely reading Aquinas. Maybe Aquinas will also be doing this in the next sections or something, but
yeah,
I don't think we're seeing Aquinas here anymore. Is that correct?
Yeah, perhaps not. I don't think Aquinas goes into chance or something like that. I think he probably stays with the basic package of the 4 causes.
We'll have to see as we keep reading the Summa, but we've read the first 2 treatises, and everything we've read so far in the physics is exactly the way Aristotle thinks, or Aquinas thinks. So maybe he will continue to think Aquinian as he moves forward. All right, let's do this.
Okay, thus we must inquire what chance and spontaneity are, whether they are the same or different, and how they fit into our division of causes. First, then, we observe that some things always come to pass in the same way, and others are, for the most part. It is clearly of neither of these that chance is said to be the cause, nor can be the effect of chance be identified with any of the things that come to pass by necessity, and always, or for the most part. But as there is a third class of events besides these two events, which all say are by chance, it is plain that there are such a thing as chance and spontaneity. For we know that things of this kind are due to chance, and that things due to chance are of this kind. Establishes the things from both perspectives.
We know
But
the
secondly,
scientific determinists are just going to say we haven't found the causes yet. But Aristotle's not saying that. And it's not because he couldn't be that smart. It's because he couldn't be that dumb, perhaps. I'm reminded of the fact that probability was understood by Scott Adams as the expression of God's will. So all the determined and regular things are the expression of God's will because they're determined, but that every instance of being has a probabilistic function to it, and that God's will is the reason for all that regularity. Let's see how high he puts probability and chance and things like this, because if something is very regular or always happens, he says that's not chance. So
Zara, maybe the craziest and most ironical thing is that the most likely proof to really ever be 100% demonstrated that God exists is actually to, verify that the universe actually does have chance.
Yeah, it seems like you could have two perspectives on that. This could be the worst thing or the best thing. This is interesting, man. I'm fascinated. All right, let's see what he says.
And both at the same time, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we see, there are things that are really pretty deterministic, like, the rotation of the Earth or whatever. But then the weather, man, everyone talks about the weather or gambling or whatever.
I don't think there's anything stupid about the idea that if something always happens and if something regularly happens but not always, that you have a spectrum from absolute chaos to absolute order.
Yeah.
Why should chaos be an element of all of this? Just because it scares the hell out of us, it makes us think that our science won't explain everything. Who cares so much for our science? We want the truth. We're philosophers here. We're looking for the truth, not the thing that makes us feel good. So let's see what he says.
Yep. But secondly, some events are for the sake of something, others not. Again, some of the former class are in accordance with deliberate intention, others not. But both are in the class of things which are for the sake of something. Hence, it is clear that even among the things which are outside the necessary and the normal, there are some in connection with which the phrase, for the sake of something, is applicable. Events that are for the sake of something include whatever may be done as a result of thought or of nature.
Okay.
Things of this kind, then, when they come to pass incidental, are said to be by chance. For just as a thing is something either in virtue of itself or incidentally, so may it be a cause. For instance, the house-building faculty is in virtue of itself the cause of a house, whereas the pale or the musical or is the incidental cause. That which is per se cause of the effect is determinate, but the incidental cause is indeterminable. For the possible attributes of an individual are innumerable. To resume then, basically we get a hint here that when something can possess many different qualities, it kind of opens the floodgates for chance to be involved.
Okay, he might just be opening the door to this chance thing. but I don't feel comfortable using the word chaos anymore for what he's talking about. I think he has nailed down this idea of chance, at least for the crack open that he's talking about. It seems clear to me that what he's talking about is agency in the world. In other words, it's not chance like it's a random thing that's just happening and you couldn't see it coming. It's not chaos he's talking about here. I think what he's talking about is the product of characters acting. Okay, let's scroll back up and I'll textually justify what I'm talking about here. Because I'm trying to figure out what does he mean by this chance thing. So
Is it still here?
some events are for the sake of something. Now, if he had said things that always happen or that regularly happen are not chance, and then he said also the things that don't always happen or regularly happen but are for the sake of something, they don't count as chance because clearly there's a purpose there. I was anticipating him going there, but he went the exact opposite direction. He said things which happen and don't have any other explanation. He's saying the limits of science, as you're looking for domino effects in the material world. This is brilliant, by the way. You're never going to look. To do science, you have to banish all consideration of subjects. You have to objectify the world. You have to say domino A hits domino B hits domino C, and the fully sufficient and efficient cause for D falling over is the fact that C was moved by B to hit into D. You can't take into account consciousness or the quality of existence or characterological agency or anything like that, not because those things don't exist, says Aristotle, but because those things are the sorts of things that you can't put a formula around. It's a personality being a prime mover. It's a personality coming in and making a choice for the sake of something. And so you can see by the fact that these things are happening for the sake of something. In other words, a builder is building a house, and you can understand the physics of nailing in the wood and structuring it a certain way, and even the economics of a person wishes to have a house and sells a lot of shoes and has some money and goes to the house builder and gives him the money so that he can have his house. You can understand all of those things to some degree formulaically, but the choice to make the house, that's something where Aristotle is saying that's the line of how far your science can go. And then he's applying the word chance, which is obviously not chaos because it's the product, a paragraph above, of either divine characters or human agents. Have I read this correctly? Let's read it again and see if that interpretation matches.
Okay.
Some
Again,
events are for the sake of something, others not. Some
yeah.
of the former class are in accordance with deliberate intentions, others not. But both are in the class of things which are for the sake of something. Okay, so you can have for the
So
sake
it
of something.
applies teleologically all the time, basically.
Okay, good. Both determined and undetermined things can be for the sake of something. Hence, it is clear that even among the things which are outside the necessary and the normal, there are some in connection with which the phrase for the sake of something is still applicable. Okay, so all of the determined things have a final end and purpose, and they're for the sake of something, but there are things that are just for the sake of something, right? Why did this poet write this novel? That's not determined, according to Aristotle. That's agency working in the world. Because your deterministic descriptions of things can't take into account consciousness. I mean, there are mind theorists who try to do this. Epiphenomenologists are very interesting, and their arguments really appeal. Tartaglia and I have both been epiphenomenologists from time to time because we're like, wow, the argument's so great. But then we both laughed and gave it up on the same day when we noticed what epiphenomenology means is, yeah, there's like a conscious experience, but it's floating above and it has no causal effect on things because we're just looking at the causal nexus of things that we can understand them scientifically. The problem with that is every bridge that was ever built, every castle that was ever exploded, every poem that was ever written was written causally without any reference to love, hate, or other feelings that human beings have, which is clearly ridiculous. So there are agents in the world that are acting in a drama to make things happen for the sake of something. And there's no other on top of that explanation, according to Aristotle, for why they're happening. So they're outside the realm of your scientific inquiry. And then he's calling that chance, which might be a little bit misleading if we're thinking of it as chaos or random. It's actions by agents.
Yeah. I just want to bring in there, Zara, about connecting back before to the logic and the rationality and mathematics and just what's come to consciousness now while listening was that of, well, if it's scientists or anyone or philosophers or people saying there's one person, then with one person there's another. There's that other there. Then the third being the observer. And what forms the one person? The father, the mother, thus the child. So a trinity. So within each person, within each thing, 3 elements. So the elements, when you said agency there, straight off to me, I was like, agency. It's not one word. The three elements to it. So even in the county system, when you mentioned there of subjects, there's 2, and the observer being the 3. So when scientists are trying to view this as a singular, there's at least, I'd say, 3 elements. And again, this can connect the sacred geometry and geometry and many other realms of study, but it's the mere not misunderstanding of the language, but how it's been singularized rather than opening it up to the connective layers of all of these words and people in general. So what makes the person, the essence, and I'm aware you speak on that, right? The essence of the table. But then if that is not understood or discussed to the people, that there's different elements here. There's 3 elements, and just there with cause, effect, and chance, there's 3 elements to that. The three. Yeah, just as an idea.
No, you're too brilliant. We've had this problem already with Roger, where we're reading the beginning of the Summa Theologica, and he's noticing things that are coming a long way away. Aquinas is going to give us a reason-based argument for the Trinity. I've given a different one, I think, in another class that we've talked about. There is a 3 oneness at the base of all being, for sure, and the medievals figured that out. Okay, look at the way Aristotle's using words. He said these things, events that are for the sake of something, including whatever may be done as a result of thought or of nature. The way he's been using of nature when he talks of like a man, he's talking of their character, right? This is a good builder of houses because he's diligent and cares that the product of the house be safe and well built. That's why there's a good house there. So of all the causes that we have, some of them are characterological. The other reasons the houses are there is because there's an industry of lumber, and there's the economics of purchasing the lumber, and there's the physical structure of the lumber, and the fact that it holds up. All of those are also explanations. But Aristotle is saying, for the way he's using words here, he's saying there's other explanatory power that comes outside of where you can just deterministically predict things, which is Frank's character manifests itself in the universe, and Frank showed up to provide good housing for people. That's not something that fits within. So he's calling it chance, but I don't think he's referring to chaos right now, at least with the door open part that he's talking about here.
Yeah, it's more like he's alluding to divine providence. I
Yeah,
believe.
or even human agency and divine.
What about synchronicity, to connect it to that? The synchronization, divine synchronicity of chance.
Yeah, well, clumping is a part of the strange mathematical science of probability. Okay, look, let's continue to get through this, right? Things of this kind, then, when they come to pass.
Okay. Things of this kind, then, when they come to pass, incidental are said to be by chance. For just as a thing is something either in virtue of itself or incidentally, so may it be a cause. For instance, the house-building faculty is in virtue of itself the cause of a house, whereas the pail or the musical is the incidental cause. That which is, per se, cause of the effect is determinate, but the incidental cause is indeterminable. For the possible attributes of an individual are innumerable. To resume then, when a thing of this kind comes to pass among events which are for the sake of something, it is said to be spontaneous or by chance. The distinction between the two must be made later. For the present, it is sufficient if it is plain that both or in the sphere of things done for the sake of something.
So scientismists want to say everything's determined, and that's the world I'm going to live in. And Aristotle is saying, oh yeah, lots of things are determined, but I have an overarching principle, which is for the sake of something. And that includes all the determined things and the incidental things, which again, does not exactly sound like he's describing chaotic things, but more characterologically induced things.
Yeah, but if you connect
sure
this
I'm
to
right about that.
Aquinas, if you
What?
connect this to Aquinas and to Aristotle in metaphysics, when he talks about the prime mover, stuff that is determined was already set in motion by the prime mover, and it goes, determinately.
It could be just
Stuff,
that.
yeah,
It could be
stuff
just that.
stuff that is by chance is kind of like the wiggle room the prime mover left for his angels or whatever to kind of steer things if
We could all
necessary.
be, yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's highlight the point you just made there. It's really important. The room for something to be done by a choice is now open. It could be that God made the only choice to create everything, and we are completely determined, and everything else is completely determined. And eventually we'll have a science for explaining why a person becomes a good house builder and is inclined to build houses and all of that other stuff. It's possible that that's the only thing that's of chance, which is what he's saying, which is God was sitting there and said, you know what? Fuck it, I'll make the world. Excuse my language. I hate the fact that I swear so much from New York. Let's make the world. And he's just making a choice, but he didn't have to make that choice. And so that's still outside the realm of things that are determined. That could be the only thing that's outside the realm of things that are determined, or it's possible that there's agency and that there's lots of things that would match the same description. That's an important highlight to put on what we've been discussing. Let's see the example. That might help because I'm still not sure I've understood this correctly. A man is engaged.
A man is engaged in collecting subscriptions for a feast. He would have gone to such and such a place for the purpose of getting the money, if he had known. He actually went there for another purpose, and it was only incidentally that he got his money by going there. And this was not due to the fact that he went there as a rule or necessarily. Yeah, he might just be visiting friends, and then by the way, I'm also collecting subscriptions for a feast. Okay, nor is the end effect getting the money.
So Roger brought up it could be one choice or it could be lots of choices. It seems like where Aristotle's falling is it's not just one choice, but not everything you do is indeterminate and just a product of your character. Some of the things we can explain. I can predict why you did X or why you did Y or whatever, but then some things are just incidental. And this brings up existential audit's point about synchronicities. Again, I can't understand how you guys are so brilliant that you're seeing this before it's written here, because I'm barely following along with what Aristotle's saying here. But what he's saying is, look, you want to get money for something. You don't know that this is a good place to go, but you happen to like the fountain that's there and you're hoping to run into one of your buddies who has no money. But it turns out that when you went there for those reasons that had to do with your character and it was incidental and it had nothing to do with something we could have predicted from the fact that what you're out to do is collect money, you happen to run into a bus full of touring billionaires who love to be philanthropists. And boy, did you raise a lot of money. It's like if you had known they were there, you would have gone there for that reason, but you didn't know they were there. You just went there because that's the kind of person you are to go there for some reason. That's outside our predictable. So he's saying not everything you do is determined, but some of them we can predict. So some of them are determined. And so you have both as an agent, as a personality in the world. It's not just one decision, but it's not all your decisions are free will. It's more like sometimes things just happen by chance. And then this time it happened to work out really well.
Yeah, just also mention on that brilliance, and right back to you, Zora and Roger being here and people listening in. And because this is the three of us present now, that's then the elements of the free. So that of the spontaneous, that of free flowing and philosophy, that's being conceptualized always, and saying that to all people, that there is a divine nature to it, yet as paradoxically, there's no such thing as coincidence, yet it may seem coincidental because of that the spirals and different words and exchanges, but that space in between the words, and that's what I said, like spontaneous there, and people do be having it do be like that. And I love that you had a bit of a fucking swear, man. It's good to swear, but premonitions, right? Intuitions, coincidences. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now.
Yeah, no, you're right. So you see how hard it is for minds to talk about things that are by chance. Because even when I said, oh, you went there because your friend is there. Well, that's a reason. That's not by chance, right? And so this is fascinating. I really want to understand Aristotle on chance. And I don't.
Yeah, it's not like Aristotle is saying that he went there by chance, but as a result of going there, he raised money. And the raising of the money was by chance because, he wasn't even intentionally going there to raise monny.
Yeah, it's a very thin element and aspect of his choice that's by chance.
Yeah, the example seems like criteriously designed to
I see
to separate consciousness, conscious doing things, because the consciousness is aiming at just visiting friends. The consciousness is not aiming at raising money,
Okay,
so it's he's separating consciousness from stuff that is worldly.
Okay, all right. So let's okay. I'm starting to see more clearly. Thank you, Roger. I'm starting to see more clearly here. So let's take his example and let's say, okay, Frank shows up and he gets the short stick. And Frank, you got to raise the money for this big feast that we want to put on. We're gonna have a big celebration. We're gonna try to get attention for something. Who knows? Frank, you got to go raise the money. Frank's like, okay. Everybody leaves, and he sits there and he slumps down and he goes, I suck at raising money. It doesn't matter where I go. I'm never going to raise money. I hate when I get this job. I may as well go home and just take a nap. And then he's like, well, I can go home and take a nap, or I can go over and see my buddy. But either way, I'm not raising any money. And so he happens to go see his buddy where he knows his buddy is. And that happens to be a place where a bunch of wealthy people are like, I've got to find a philanthropic cause to give my money away to. And he happens to run into them, and it all works out for a purpose. So what Roger's highlighting is that maybe I'm overemphasizing this agency part, and it's more like the purpose of things coming together in that synchronicitous way, as existential had pointed out, synchronicities. That's illustrative of the fact that there's something comprehensible outside the realm of determined things that also all things are pointing towards. Is that getting closer to what Aristotle's on about here?
Yeah, maybe. Also, another thing, it could be that our explicit consciousness aims at a thing for result A, but we get result B, and we think incidentally or by chance. But maybe our explicit consciousness, although it might not be aware of that possibility, maybe our deeper consciousness, which is way more powerful,
right? He's so
might have kind of nudged us in that direction.
So
that's where I was going to connect it to just intuition. In our consciousness or metacognition, right? Or that idea of that gut, brain, heart instinct and that alignment of, and just like the phrases, and to quote before, God or the universe could not prepare you, I, or we for that which cannot be dealt with or processed or handled. So that thing of things appearing, and speaking of Frank there down on his luck, then how the universe opens up possibilities when it seems there's no hope left. The divine, a spark of something. Yet how that's caused, connecting it to Aristotle, and if people are aware of the different elements of luck and chance, then yeah, so that's it though. It's beyond words. That's why I say it's ineffable. It's the word. If the word was said, the true word, it couldn't be known, right? It would be unknown. Those who know do not know. Yeah.
So Right. Very good. So this picture of the world of determined things that we can make sense of, let's go study nature, that Aristotle's setting up, he's actually sewing this thread of mystery through the whole thing at the same time and being totally happily incorporating all of that. Now, here's a strange idea I want to bring up. We've been simultaneously sipping today, and the inventor of the great simultaneous sip is the only other philosopher that, off the top of my head, makes a big deal out of chance. What's interesting about what he does is he takes that little mystery thread and he says, wait a minute, Aristotle, hold on a second. That's everything. That actually explains why gravity works. That explains why the things that always happen works. That explains why the things that usually happen works. That's the foundation of it all, because everything goes out of existence and pops back into existence, and the probability that matter will be slightly closer to other matter, that's my explanation for gravity itself. And so everything is governed by the purpose of God reassembling himself after this was his theory, after exploding into everything. So we're not going to defend or disagree or dive more into that right now, but that is exactly the kind of chance. What Aristotle's talking about as he's sewn that into this is the probability idea. Okay, so before the physicists today are saying, well, we've got to incorporate some probability into this because things are just sort of popping into places and there's a probability that they'll appear here, but it's not
Yeah,
really
the
solidly 100% determined.
The quantum foam, basically.
Right. Aristotle sees that in his age. In his age, he says, let's start science, but just so you know, there's going to be some probability sewn in. That's what he means by chance. He doesn't mean chaotic randomness. Aristotle already understands, yeah, let's go study nature, but you need to understand that there's this element that's also a part of it. It gets so far out that Scott Adams says, "Oh yeah, no, that's everything." that's now again, we're not agreeing or disagreeing, but I think now I've started to understand what he means by chance. As because it is a real problem. Most scientists aren't intelligent enough to be on the Aristotelian Scott Adams level and even deal with something like chance. It's too close to chaos. But these guys are saying, no, no, no. That's another expression of the divine will that is seen through the purpose. It's for a purpose that these things are happening, and that's how you can tell why they're happening. And he's putting it in the incidentals because it's not following a physical law. He's on to the same idea. All right. Shall we continue reading, do you think?
Let's go.
Okay.
So, nor is the end effected, getting the money, a cause present in himself. It belongs to the class of things that are intentional and the result of intelligent deliberation. It is when these conditions are satisfied that the man is said to have gone by chance. If he had gone of deliberate purpose and for the sake of this, if he always or normally went there when he was collecting payments, he would not be said to have gone by chance. It is clear, then, that chance is an incidental cause in the sphere of those actions for the sake of something which involve purpose. Intelligent reflection, then, and chance are in the same sphere, for purpose implies intelligent reflection.
Wow. Oh,
I mean, yeah. So he's basically serving us God. You know,
he's saying it's okay. Honestly, if we had every serious thinker on a table in front of us with little statues representing each one, there'd be like 4 of them that didn't fall into the category of, well, you can't wrap your head around stuff that involves a chaotic element to being or a chance element or something like that. Aristotle is saying you can still wrap your head around it because it's done for a purpose. There's an overarching, like you've been saying, there's this divine mystery that's being sewn into all of the physics of nature. And he's acknowledging that and saying, I don't want to pretend that doesn't exist. You can see it when there's no other explanation for something, and yet it serves a purpose. That's what he's saying anyway.
Yeah, and
I'm not
looking
agreeing or disagreeing with him, by the way.
Yeah, no, well, same. Yeah, we're philosophizing about it. It's bringing it forward rather than a claim of knowledge. And then again, but connecting that to how Aristotle and the Aristotelian philosophers, then the modern invention of DNA and the spiral-like structure of it, and the crystalline structure, of different vertebrae. So all of this being there to then develop the science, and to get any scientists, laughing at it, how absurd it is that they're saying it isn't mystical exploration and magical. It's hilarious, and that's why we need laughter, right? Laughter keeps one young. In an idea of you just got to laugh. I've got to laugh with it,
Yeah, well, you and I are laughing because we can see clearly what he's doing here. Aristotle's okay with incorporating in his conceptions of things the fact that things can be done for a purpose and accomplish a purpose, even though there's no explanation for why they're happening. They're just randomly happening. The guy got lost and he was just wandering around and he bumped into the right people. Okay, let's continue.
Okay, it is necessary, no doubt, that the causes of what comes to pass by chance be indefinite. And that is why chance is supposed to belong to the class of the indefinite and to be inscrutable to man, and why it might be thought that, in a way, nothing occurs by chance. For all these statements are correct because they are well grounded. Things do, in a way, occur by chance, for they occur incidentally, and chance is an incidental cause. But strictly, it is not the cause without qualification of anything. For instance, a house builder is the cause of a house. Incidentally, a flute player may be so.
That's also interesting. Aristotle's saying, yeah, wrap our heads around this, but only to the degree that we've got a touch point of the connection to the purpose. So he's not saying, therefore, you can understand all the mystery of it. Okay, this is awesome. Let's keep going.
And the causes of the man's coming and getting the money when he did not come for the sake of that are innumerable. He may have wished to see somebody, or been following somebody, or avoiding somebody, or may have gone to see a spectacle. Thus, so basically, the raw material for God's nudging us is endless. Thus, to say that chance is a thing contrary to rule is correct, for rule applies to what is always true, or true for the most part, whereas chance belongs to a third type of event. Hence, to conclude, since causes of this kind are indefinite, chance too is indefinite. Yet in some cases one might raise the question whether any incidental fact might be the cause of the chance occurrence. Example of health, the fresh air, or the sun's heat may be the cause, but having had one's hair cut cannot, for some incidental causes, are more relevant to the effect than others.
I give up. Existential Artist nailed it 100% at the beginning. He's talking about Jungian synchronicities. That's what he's talking about. Read that paragraph again. That's all he's talking about. Because look at the beginning of that paragraph. This might be the cause of why the man ends up there. So it's not indeterminate, right? These could be the causes. The only element of it which happened by chance is the fact that the purpose of raising the money was accomplished, even though the man wasn't doing anything towards that aim. That part is incidental. That part is by chance. So he was supposed to do something. He gave up on doing it. He followed his friend to some other place. It just incidentally happened to be the case that on the level of purpose analysis, the synchronicities came together. So I think that's all he's talking about. I don't think there's anything more to it. This is awesome, by the way, but I think Existential Artist nailed it from the very beginning. He's talking about synchronicities. We can continue with the next paragraph.
Yeah. Okay. Chance or fortune is called good when the result is good, evil when it is evil. The terms good fortune and ill fortune are used when either result is of considerable magnitude. Thus, one who comes within an ace of some great evil or great good is said to be fortunate or unfortunate. The mind affirms the essence of the attribute, ignoring the hair's breadth of difference. Further, It is with reason that good fortune is regarded as unstable, for the chance is unstable, as one of the things which result from it can be invariable or normal. Both are then, as I have said, incidental causes, both chance and spontaneity in the sphere of things which are capable of coming to pass, not necessarily, not normally, and with reference to such of these as might come to pass for the sake of something. So
Okay.
basically, we really are getting what Aristotle thinks because he's long left behind opinions of others. He's speaking in his voice.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find a philosophical thinker who wants to embrace chance this much. The only one that comes to mind is, of course, the one we've already mentioned, which is Scott Adams. I wish that I wouldn't get a content strike. Somebody needs to reach out to Akira the Don and ask him if I can play excerpts of his songs in my videos here. There's a song that he made of Scott Adams talking about chance, which was a reframe, teaching people how to reframe things. And Scott's more comfortable with chance. This is clearly the same type of chance that Aristotle's talking about. When he says to somebody, he says, look, let's say you've had a real run of bad luck in your life and a lot of horrible tragedies have happened to you. Scott says, buck up. You know why? You can't flip a quarter 1,000 times and have heads and not expect that tails is coming eventually. Eventually, it works out so that everybody gets sort of equal bad and equal good luck. So there's no greater sign that you're about to get extraordinary good luck, since over the course of your lifetime, the universe owes me, basically. The universe owes me because I've gotten a lot of bad luck. Now, everybody knows that that's the gambler's fallacy. So if you're thinking about, rolling the dice to make a bet, that's not what he's talking about. But he has this really cool reframe where he says, look, over the course of your lifetime, you're going to probably get about equally good and bad luck. If you got a bunch of bad luck, there's no greater sign that good luck is coming to you. We all know why that is a wrong idea and why it's also a really powerful reframe and a good idea at the same time. All right, look, how many parts are there to this book 2 of the physics?
Let's see.
Looks like 8
Okay,
or 9.
so we're more or less in the middle of it. So
Okay.
4 parts
so
left.
I want to keep doing this. When we do our thing, our year 2 backbone course, we spend more time on Aristotle. I would you agree that the first half of what we've read was just basically everything we read in Aquinas in the last 6 videos, and that this stuff is leaving where Aquinas has yet ventured?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So,
Okay, so I
yeah,
think
we can reserve Aristotle for a later time and return to Aquinas if
Well, I
you're
think,
okay
well,
with
we're
it.
not going to read Aquinas today, but because we're doing a summation of the first 2 treatises and we're going to look at other philosophers. Well, let's do this. Let's leave the physics here with the idea that as we keep reading Aquinas, if Aquinas keeps reading through the physics of Aristotle as he continues, that we know exactly where to come back to, because we have
Yeah,
enough of stuff Aquinas hasn't talked about yet, and a lot of stuff that clearly he was just exactly thinking the same way. So we put a bookmark here and we start finding that he is going to continue with
let's
Aristotle.
do this.
That would be a good way to do that. We we have other excerpts from Aristotle on the metaphysics that also match, you said, stuff that we've already read by Aquinas. Let's do this. I think that our summation video of the last 2, where we take in excerpts from other parts, is going to have to be more than one video. So why don't we just stick with Aristotle for the rest of this video, and I'll leave the other things I wanted to add for another video, and maybe we'll switch over to the metaphysics?
Yeah, let's go.
Groovy.
Let's see.
Because if you watch the
So-
first 6 videos of us reading through the Summa Theologica, the first 3 sections that we just read of the physics book 2, Aquinas is thinking the way Aristotle thinks, and he's saying a lot of the same things. And as you pointed out, Roger, he's using some of the same examples. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's do this. I'm going to shut up. You go. Take it away.
Okay, so let's see. So the investigation of the truth is in one way hard, in another easy. An indication of this is found in the fact that no one is able to attain the truth adequately while on the other hand, we do not collectively fail, but everyone says something true about the nature of things. And while individually we contribute little or nothing to the truth, by the union of all a considerable amount is amassed. Therefore, since the truth seems to be like the proverbial door, which no one can fail to hit, in this respect, it must be easy. But the fact that we can have a whole truth and not the particular part we aim at shows the difficulty of it. Perhaps, too, as difficulties are of two kinds, the cause of the present difficulty is not in the facts but in us. For as the eyes of bats are to the blaze of day, so is the reason in our soul to the things which are by nature most evident of all. This guy was also very poetic
That's very
at
poetic.
times.
Yeah. I was just thinking the exact same thing. Very poetic.
Yeah,
Scroll up.
especially in other of his science books, he comes off very poetic out of the blue, instead
It's
of
a
just
powerful
being
thing he
really.
just said in a powerful way.
Yeah.
Can you scroll up to those first two paragraphs one more time? All right. Let's see. All right. We've been reading Aquinas, and we've been saying he's so Aristotelian and he's scholastic, and the philosopher is Aristotle when he cites him in la di da. And look at all the distinctions he's making. And then look at this powerful idea and presented powerfully in the second paragraph and so poetically. Perhaps too, as difficulties are of two kinds, as he's going to make a distinction right here, right? So we're going to just divide everything we're talking about into the kinds that they are and then deal with them one by one. Let's read this again. It's so powerful. The cause of the present difficulty is not in the facts, but in us. Okay, so now we know what the two kinds are. The difficulties can be in the facts or they can be in our ability to understand them. And this is of the latter kind. For as the eyes of the bat are to the blaze of day, so is the reason in our soul to the things which are by nature most evident of all.
Yeah, like God exists, and this is similar to the way in which Aquinas was talking about also the existence of God.
So his picture of us,
Yeah,
it reminds me of the little candle of science. I think Sagan had this metaphor. Aquinas's explanation to us, or Aristotle's description of us as we're trying to find truth, is the truth is the sun, and you're a bat, and you're basically blind, and you're using your ears to navigate the world and trying to figure out what the sun is like through your ears. Good luck.
yeah,
Good luck to all of us. But if we really, apparently we can truly understand the truth, and if we do, it will be the most evident thing of all. The sun is shining so brightly that if we could learn to see, we would see it. This is, I mean, look, you know how much I love the Platonic and how much I love Socrates, but I have to admit that in that one tiny paragraph is quite a bit of poetry to respond to all the
yeah,
powerful poetry of Plato's cave. It's talking about the sun. Okay, let's go.
yeah, 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 and also give us a perspective of what's at stake and how difficult it is.
Yeah.
It is just that we should be grateful not only to those with whose views we may agree, but also to those who have expressed more superficial views. For these also contributed something by developing before us the powers of thought. It is true that if there had been no Timotheus, we should have been without much of our lyric poetry. But if there had been no Phrynis, there would have been no Timotheus. The same holds good of those who have expressed views about the truth, for from some thinkers we have inherited certain opinions. Let me just put this in view mode.
Yeah, that's good. All right, so this is the first paragraph we've read so far where I can see how Aristotle is the student of Socrates, right? These when he gets into metaphysics, we start to see the influence of the Socratic. both in the poetry and in the ideas that he has here. This is fantastic. Let's keep going.
Yeah, this is an every art man, because he at least thinks about pretty much all professions, all arts. He considers them all. He's of course saying that everyone should philosophize, but he validates them. The same holds good of those who have expressed views about the truth. For from some thinkers we have inherited certain opinions, while the others have been responsible for the appearance of the former.
It's all about the conversation.
Yeah, it is also right. It is right also that philosophy should be called knowledge of the truth, for the end of theoretical knowledge is truth, while that of practical knowledge is action. For even if they consider how things are, practical men do not study the eternal, but what is relative and in the present. Now, we do not know a truth without its cause, and the thing has a quality in a higher degree than other things, if in virtue of it the smaller quality belongs to the other things as well. So this is starting to sound really very deja vu with Aquinas as well. Example, fire is the hottest of things, for it is the cause of the heat of all other things. So that causes derivate truths. To be true is most true. Hence, the principles of eternal things must be always most true, for they are not merely sometimes true, nor is there any cause of their being, but they themselves are the cause of the being of other things, so that as each thing is in respect of being, so is it in respect of truth.
Okay.
So basically, we are, at least I am starting to get an indication here of how, thanks to this brilliance of Hellenistic philosophy, particularly in the case of Aristotle, how supercharged Christian theology and cosmology became thanks to Aristotle's conceptualization of ontology and theology.
100%. Before we keep reading, yesterday we read the third question in the second treatise, the first big section of that second treatise. Aquinas says this in his argument: nothing can be reduced from potentiality to actuality except by something in a state of actuality. Thus, that which is actually hot, as fire, makes wood, which is potentially hot, to be actually hot. And later he says, now, the maximum in any genus is the cause of all that is in that genus, as fire, which is the maximum heat, is the cause of all hot things. Therefore, there must also be something which is to all beings the cause of their being, goodness and perfection, and that we call God. Let's look, not like you pointed out earlier, he's using the same examples as well as the same type of thinking and the same moves. And a
Yeah,
thing has a quality in a higher degree than other things if in virtue of it the similar quality belongs to the other things as well. Example, fire is the hottest of things, for it is the cause of the heat of all other things. So that cause driven. All right, we got it. Okay,
yeah.
just to remind us,
Again, is besides taking advantage of the thought framework, he's also reusing the examples.
he's using the same examples, thinking in the
fun.
same way, and using the same definitions of the terms.
I'm wondering, maybe he thought, yeah, I'll just get away with this.
No.
I'm practically the only person in the entire continent that actually reads this. So no one will.
I think you're a little too hung up on the idea that this could be plagiarism. I mean, the scholastics all revered Aristotle, and basically that's who they studied as their number one
Yeah.
authority in text. They knew he was citing Aristotle. And he mentions the philosopher says, but everybody in the audience understood where he was getting his ideas from. And the authority of Aristotle to the medieval scholastics, there were some Neoplatonists who were disagreeing. There were post-Cartesian scientists who showed up and started quarreling. There were other camps of thought, but to the to the medieval scholastics, and this is one of the major powerful intellectual trends of that era, they were swimming in the water of Aristotle, so much so that they are citing him explicitly, but also their their very concepts they're using are defined by Aristotle. And as you've pointed out, the thought process and the examples being used to illustrate the thought process are being borrowed directly from Aristotle here. And it's important for us to notice that as we're reading through the Summa. So we did 6 videos on the Summa. We got through the first 2 treatises. We're doing 1, 2, maybe 3 videos of other philosophical sources that will help you to understand what we've already gone over. And that's what we're doing right now. Please click the link to join us if you want to join on camera. We say thank you to Existential Autist, who is here for a little while. We're gonna let you continue now. Before you continue, do you have more slides to show us? I know we took a detour away from those awesome slides you put together. You don't have to show them now. I'm just wondering if you had more to show us. Okay, good.
I do.
All right, so we're gonna continue with this
listening.
detour, and we're reading excerpts from the Physics and from the Metaphysics of Aristotle, and seeing just how strongly Aquinas is thinking in this way, so that if you want to understand the way he thinks even more, you're being pointed in the right direction. So let's continue.
Yeah, it's kind of like the road to Thomas Aquinas by looking at least Aristotle.
That'd be a great title for a book.
But evidently there is a first principle, and the causes of things are neither an infinite series nor infinitely various in kind. For neither can one thing proceed from another, as from matter ad infinitum. Example, flesh from earth from air, air from fire, and so on without stopping. Nor can the sources of movement form an endless series, man, for instance, being acted on by air, air by the sun by strife, and so on without limit. I notice how they capitalize strife because it's Aries.
Yeah, they do. Also, notice that he's describing. Okay, remember what Aquinas did, which is the same thing, of course. He says, let's look scientifically at all the little dominoes before us and how they fall into each other. And here's 5 things we might observe inside that frame, because we can't claim to be in some heavenly realm doing this. But inside that frame, what we can know that must be true of the cosmos to allow this to happen. And listen to Aristotle describe the Big Bang.
Yeah.
All right, you've got biology. Here's some stuff going on. Where'd that come from? From the chemistry of the earth, maybe? I mean, here's a bunch of stuff coming together. We got form and organizing principles. It might even have a purpose and an aim, but from this little lens we're looking at. But we got the earth and the air from the fire and the explosion and the energy. And he's saying you can't go back forever that way, looking for another domino to explain the next domino. That's what he's saying. It's exactly the argument that Aquinas is making. And if you want to understand Aquinas's argument better, you can read this and say, oh, wait a minute. Aquinas was actually describing, almost with pictorial ideas in his mind, the idea of the Big Bang and everything that led to where we are examining things scientifically right here, and saying, I know that there must be something that kickstarted all of this.
Yeah.
That's Aristotle's argument.
Just imagine when the Christian scholars found Aristotle for the first time and realized that he literally is giving them on a silver platter everything that they need to actually, build a monotheism that actually works, that actually is philosophically robust. in a way that the Judaism in the first temple times never dreamed of. And I think even Judaism absorbed a lot from, especially Neoplatonism.
Well, there's I'm not sure. Conversation for sure.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about Aristotle. I'm not so sure how Aristotle influenced Judaism.
Well, Aristotle just said a second ago that the wrong ideas are very helpful because we're going to be debating them. And the idea of the dialectic from Athenian world is appreciated by the Judeo tradition, where they say the point. I mean, the Jews study philosophy in order to try to understand if it's wrong and the fact that their Torah is correct. I mean, they don't shy away from it and say, don't look at that stuff. They want to engage in all of this from that perspective. And that tradition, I mean, it goes back to like the Passover ceremony. They have the children ask questions and then they answer those questions. It's all kind of written out in a script. There's a two-way conversation happening between the Judeo tradition and the Greeks. Another way you might think about this, instead of borrowing, or hey, there's a bunch of dumb religious people, but then they discovered Aristotle gave them a way of intellectually defending what they're doing. Another way we might think about it is the Greeks, the Mesopotamians, the Egyptians, the Semitic cultures, the Christians as they emerged, are all trying to get to the same thing and taking what's best from the legacy of what's left behind them and then refining it more and coming to a slightly clearer picture of this sun as the stupid retarded bats that we are that can't.
I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to do that.
You're
really
trying to
consciously. I'm trying to figure out what ideas of value different traditions had: Hellenistic, Jewish, Christian, Zoroastrian, Hindu, Chinese, etc. If someone has an idea, that can help, yeah, let's try it out. Let's give it a shot. Let's see how it combines with similar ideas from other traditions, how it compares to them. See if we can,
What I'm trying to say to you is that you are the present moment manifestation of the tradition that all of the different thinkers who were wrestling with these things and borrowing from each other and debating with each other to sophisticate each other and warring with each other to say, no, your God, not my God, is better than your God. All of that stuff is the tradition that got us where we are philosophically, scientifically, and mythopoetically and metaphysically. That's so, in other words, I don't love the idea, like I don't love the idea of saying, oh, there were a bunch of dumb Christians in the Middle Ages and then Aquinas discovered Aristotle and now they had a bunch of ways of defending their view. It's like, why was there Christianity at all? Because they were revising and adding and tweaking an idea that was the best idea we had so far, and that idea was way closer to, okay, look at, think about it this way. The moronic, unthinking, everyday anything, Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, whatever of today, is further away from the truth than the other traditions' greatest figures were. And they're all, there might be differences and there might be similarities. We're not arguing that they're all the same or that, they're so different that this is the right one and that's the wrong one.
No, not by a long shot. They are different.
What we're saying here, and we could have that discussion another day, but what we're saying here is that there's an ongoing conversation in these camps.
There's a mountain climbing process going on.
Yeah, okay, perfect. We're trying to get closer. And you and I are the retarded offspring of some brilliant geniuses, and we're trying to figure out what it was that they left us so that we don't, go backwards.
Yeah, or we don't, just
collapse.
Let our gifts to waste, basically.
Fair enough. Okay, let's continue.
So similarly, the final causes cannot go on ad infinitum. Walking being for the sake of health, this for the sake of happiness, happiness for the sake of something else, and so one thing always for the sake of another. Yeah, and the case of the essence is similar.
If you're just joining us for the first time, this is our 7th video, but the first 6 we've been reading through the Summa Theologica. Watch the last video and see Aquinas make exactly these same arguments in exactly this same way, which is why we're looking into this right now. All right, go ahead.
For in the case of intermediates, which have a last term and a term prior to them, the prior must be the cause of the later terms. For if we had to say which of the three is the cause, we should say the first, surely not the last, for the final term is the cause of none. For even the intermediate, for it is the cause only of one, it makes no difference whether there is one intermediate or more, nor whether they are infinite or finite in number. but of series which are infinite in this way, and of the infinite in general. All the parts down to that now present are alike intermediate, so that if there is no first, there is no cause at all.
Pause.
Yeah, so
From
basically
yesterday's
it's similar to the sequence I showed in the slide. So he goes to conceiving, okay, let's give a chance to the infinity of causes. Let's see what happens. No, it doesn't work. Let's go
okay.
to another.
From yesterday's reading, this is Aquinas now. The
Yeah.
second way to prove that God exists is from the nature of efficient causes. Efficient causes. In the world of sense, we find that there is an order of efficient causes. There is no case known, neither is it indeed possible, in which a thing is found to be the efficient cause of itself, for so it would be prior to itself, which is impossible. Now, in efficient causes, it is not possible to go to infinity, because in all efficient causes, following an order, the first is the cause of the intermediate cause. And the intermediate cause is the cause of the ultimate cause, whether the intermediate cause be several or only one. Did we not just read this a second ago?
Yeah, it's pretty much. It's just
We
the difference. The difference is that post Aristotle, the four causes were formally named, as it seems. Aristotle didn't give them, apparently, at least in the part that we read, formal names. But here, Aquinas is already wielding them with these formalized names. Maybe, as I understand, Aquinas got Aristotle from the Islamic tradition, that they translated it to Arabic, Aristotle to Arabic, and then they translated Aristotle from Arabic to Latin, and there he got his copy of Aristotle's works. So maybe Avicenna, who was the main commentator of these works, maybe Avicenna, kind of helped give names to sort things out. That this is my hypothesis, but I'm not sure. Okay.
Keep investigating. I don't think I told you this, Roger. With the year 2 backbone course, we go through chronologically and narratively the whole philosophical conversation again. In year 1, we're just cherry picking things. This is year 2 material that we're doing right now, which is supplementing that. But one of the courses I put together and outlined for doing, and I don't know if I mentioned this to you yet, I can pull it up here. You're gonna enjoy this one. Just see if I can pull this up. That's not it. Oh yeah, maybe it is. Okay. How do I share this? Okay, so in the core curriculum, we're in year 2 here. The incoherences. Do you know why we're going to do a course on the incoherences? Let me see if I can find a more expanded version of that. Oh, what's going on?
Well, it is the mark of a philosophical framework to be wrong if it has incoherences.
Because Ghazali wrote a great philosophical work that's so basically the photographic negative of Aquinas, where Aquinas is saying, let's do philosophy and base everything on human reason and see what truths we can come to. And Ghazali is saying, let's do philosophy. Sure, you want to do philosophy? Let's do philosophy. I'll follow all your rules. And I'll demonstrate there's no point in doing philosophy. You should go read the Quran.
Yeah.
And he wrote a book. But he did a really good job of doing philosophy to abolish philosophy. And then 100 years later, Averroes shows up, who I think you just referenced, Ibn Rushd. Ibn Rushd shows up and writes a book called The Incoherence of the Incoherence, and tries to argue 100 years later that actually God is of love and he wants us to reason and we can come to truth again. So we're going to do this sort of Muslim maintaining Aristotle for us and bringing it to us. That's who Averroes was. So yeah, we're going to have a chance to do all of that at some point. And it goes along with this Aquinas thing that we're doing in that second year material. So let me exile that.
Well, to be honest with you, I find the history of philosophy material, such as from Will Durant, or even this newer guy whose name I'm not reminding, Stephen Adams or something like that. Yeah, the history of philosophy material, it is good because it gives an overview, it gives an historical context, and it also doesn't go fully into the material. So for students who are approaching philosophy for the first time and still don't have their bearings, history of philosophy material can really help. So I would recommend
philosophy. I was told by a very interesting professor this truth. I think it is true. Philosophy and the history. Philosophy has a very interesting relationship to the subject, the history of philosophy. It turns out you can't actually do philosophy without doing the history of philosophy, and you can't do the history of philosophy without doing philosophy, because you can't identify which ideas are new and what they're saying unless you're understanding the ideas. So, yeah, I don't think it's something that you do just as an added thing, like, oh, we could all be doing philosophy, but I guess if you're curious, you can see what people in the past said. It's more like you better figure out what these brilliant people who are way smarter than you and everybody you know said. And in order to do that, you got to do the history of philosophy. And in order to do that, you have to do philosophy and vice versa. Sorry, let me grab something. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Just one moment. I'll be right back.
Sure.
All right, lead on.
Okay. Nor can there be an infinite process downwards, with a beginning in the upward direction, so that water should proceed from fire, earth from water, and so always some other kind should be produced. For one thing comes from another in two ways, not in the sense in which from means after, as we say, from the Isthmian games come the Olympian, but either, so they sequence the games in each game had the cycle of 4 years before it repeated, but they had the Isthmian, Olympian, Corinthian, and Delphic games, so every year there were games. But either as the man comes from the boy, by the boy is changing, or as air comes from water. But as the man comes from the boy, as the man comes from the boy, we mean as that which has come to be from that which is coming to be, or as that which is finished from that which is being achieved. For as becoming is between being and not being, so that which is becoming is always between that which is and that which is not. So yeah, everything is becoming in this world of impermanence and change. For the learner is a man of science in the making. And that is what is meant when we say that from a learner, a man of science is being made. On the other hand, coming from another thing as water comes from air implies the destruction of the other thing. This is why changes of the former kind are not reversible, and the boy does not come from the man, for it is not that which comes to be something that comes to be as a result of coming to be, but that which exists after the coming to be. For it is thus that the day too comes from the morning, in the sense that it comes after the morning, which is the reason why the morning cannot come from the day. But changes of the other kind are reversible. But in both cases, it is impossible that the number of terms should be infinite, for terms of the former kind, being intermediates, must have an end, and terms of the latter kind change back into one another, for the destruction of either is the generation of the other.
Okay, Aquinas did this too. You've mentioned that there's many ways in which Aquinas is borrowing from Aristotle and learning from Aristotle. One of them is he's using the same examples, he's using the same definitions, he's making the same arguments. Another one is the way he thinks. And I just want to highlight this one here because not only do we have the same thoughts, we also have the way he thinks. So all right, I did a flow chart on this because I was so blown by it. Eh, so we're just going to look at an analogy of the way of thinking here. Wait, where did this come from? This came from, here we go. Whether sacred doctrine is, no, whether it is nobler than other sciences. So in his section dealing with sacred doctrine, truth, and knowledge that you might come to through the foundation of revealed ideas from God himself, and he's treating that seriously, even though he's going to do philosophy and not say believe it because the Bible tells me so, but because of here are the reasons. He's looking at the other way of doing it. And here's let's just look at his argument here. If I can make this larger, that would be useful. Let me I think I can do that if you give me one moment.
Yeah, sure.
Aquinas I have here. I probably put it in here. Yeah, okay, it's right in here. Okay, I can make it larger if I just pull it up. Probably this one. Okay, so let's say share this tab instead. Okay. So just to look at the thought processes, we have Aquinas and we have Aristotle, and what they're doing is they're making all these distinctions and saying, well, a difficulty can arise in one of two ways. It can be a difficulty in the material itself or a difficulty for us to understand it. And then let's follow both these paths and analyze these. And oh, this thing can happen in three different ways. And there's four different senses for this. And let's examine each of them. So while he's trying to deal with the idea of is the religious sacred doctrine revealed, all of the arguments and debates that have to happen through the sort of more mystical way of trying to come to truth that's founded in revelation, which is different than what we're going to do in the Summa Theologica, where we're going to try to base everything in reason. He says of the nature of that, is that in relationship to us as a bad cartoonish version of what we're doing it? Is it nobler than what we're doing? And do we have to borrow from it and listen to it? Like, how does it relate comparatively to what we're doing? And he says, actually, it's the noblest science. And here's why. Methods of coming to truth can be either practical or speculative. Okay, so I turn this into a flow chart and say, which science is more nobler than the other? Take two of them. Say, well, are they practical or are they speculative or are they both? Well, if they're both, you must be talking about sacred science, which is the only one that's both and therefore nobler. So it leads you to the conclusion that this sacred doctrine study is nobler. But what if one of your sciences is practical? And he says that sacred science is both practical and speculative. So, on the practical element, if you're comparing two practical sciences, is the purpose of the practice in service to a larger science with a higher purpose? Yes, well, then you're not talking about a nobler science. No, well, then you must be talking about the sacred science, which is the noblest one of all. So, just like the Aristotelian argument was that, like, well, you can study optics, you can study health, but that's in order to aim for happiness, right? Aquinas is saying, well, you can study husbandry of horses, but that might be to serve the cavalry, and the cavalry is to serve the army, and the army is to serve the state and politics, and that's to serve the happiness of the most people, perhaps, or something like that, or the order of the state and the order of human life. And if you keep going high enough and you get to the terminus of that, you get to sacred science studies. So those would be the most nobler, and so it leads us to the same conclusion. But also, religious studies are speculative. In fact, they're more speculative than they are practical. Well, we can ask two questions, and there's two different ways that we might determine. So again, I'm just trying to show that the method of thinking here is, let me see all the ways in which this could be a question. And then he's saying, okay, with all of them, no matter how we consider it, we end up to the same conclusion, the same. So he says, just to wrap it up, are the principles upon which your knowledge in this science is based founded upon divine knowledge or human reason? Human reason. Well, then it's not the noblest science. Divine knowledge. Oh, well, then you must be talking about sacred science, which is the only speculative science that's founded on divine knowledge. So that makes it nobler. Another way in which a speculative science might be nobler is that the subject matter is the ultimate end of everything. Well, there's speculative sciences like mathematics and stuff, which are not about the ultimate end of things, and so they would be inferior. But if you say yes to that, you must be talking about the sacred science, which is ultimately studying the ultimate itself, which is God. So it's the nobler science. Okay, so we don't have to focus on that argument. We focused on it when we read it, and there's resources and stuff that are available on our website and everything. But it's just an illustration of the fact that let me turn this off. That Aquinas is thinking the same terms with the same definitions. He's using the same examples. He's using some of the same arguments, and he's thinking in the same way as Aristotle is thinking, which is let's make as many distinctions as possible and test all of them to see where they lead. And sometimes they all lead to the same conclusion. All right, I'm done. But the reason why we're doing this video today is to add other extra Aquinian sources of philosophy to help us understand what Aquinas is doing while we're reading through the Summa. So go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. At the same time, it is impossible that the first cause, being eternal, should be destroyed. For since the process of becoming is not infinite in the upward direction, that which is the first thing by those destruction, something came to be, must be non-eternal. Further, the final cause is an end, and that sort of end which is not for the sake of something else, but for whose sake everything else is. So that if there is to be...
Let's not say exactly this. Did Aquinas not say exactly all these things, right?
Yeah, practically.
We won't read it again, but you can check the previous videos. He said exactly that. Sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
Yeah, the crazy thing is how, you know, almost ipsis verbis it is materialis. So that if there is to be a last term of this sort, the process will not be infinite. But if there is no such term, there will be no final cause. But those who maintain the infinite series eliminate the good without knowing it. Yet no one would try to do anything if he were not going to come to a limit, nor would there be reason to the world. Yeah, so it kind of dawns on us why Aristotle likes teleology so much, because it sets a limit, at least on the lower end of this causal scale. Nor would there be reason in the world. The reasonable man at least always acts for a purpose, and this is a limit, for the end is a limit. But the essence also cannot be reduced to another definition, which is fuller in expression, for the original definition is always more of a definition, and not the later one. And in a series in which the first term has not the required character, the next has not it either. Further, those who speak thus destroy science, for it is not possible to have this till one comes to the unassailable terms. Unanalyzable terms, he means, and knowledge becomes impossible. For how can one apprehend things that are infinite in this way? For this is not like the case of the line, to whose divisibility there is no stop, but which we cannot think if we do not make a stop. For which reason one who is tracing the infinitely divisible line cannot be counting the possibilities of section. So yeah, it's impossible to count towards infinity. But the whole line also must be apprehended by something in us that does not move from part to part. Again, nothing infinite can exist, and if it could, at least the notion of infinity is not infinite. Yeah, well, in this physical universe, maybe not. Maybe infinity is not possible in this material universe.
I said when we started the course on Aquinas that one of the things I was hoping would be illustrated is the fact that it's better sometimes, often, to think of the history of philosophy not as a linear conversation where we have more sophisticated ideas here,
more better,
we're inventing,
yeah.
But rather that Aquinas is a great example of a tent that just has everybody from the past and everybody in the future who are the greatest contributors all duking it out in real time. I rest my case. Aristotle is answering Parmenides and at the same time talking about different types of infinity. Okay, it's over. I rest my case. Okay, if you think that in the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, mathematicians started to discover different types of infinity, you just didn't read Aristotle.
Yeah.
Sorry if you want to think that we've got cleverer ideas now, but you didn't read Aristotle, and Aristotle, you didn't read Aquinas, you didn't read Aristotle, and we're not even considering the Platonic side of all of this right now. I rest my case. I'm not even going to make the point anymore. I'm just going to declare that one of the things that we're going to keep noticing as we keep reading Aquinas is that the greatest thinkers are timeless and that they're interacting with each other in real time all at once. And that's one of the cool things about reading the Summa Theologica. I'm making that point now.
Yeah, and also Aristotle is kind of like a tent as well in his time because of how many other opinions he joined. You can see in the same text him referring several Ionians, and here I think he will even name Parmenides at some point.
100%. But it's mathematicians in the 1700s, and it's Parmenides pre-Socrates. And we're making a point beyond what Alfred Lord Whitehead said, which is, of course, the famous quote that everything in Western philosophy is a series of footnotes to Plato. We're making a bigger point, which is all of these guys are talking to each other. I mean, Aquinas has been giving answers that Hume should have known about. He wouldn't be trapped in Plato's cave, pushing himself up against the wall, saying, "I wish I was a shadow. It's all that's real. That's all I am." Aquinas already gave him the answer to that. So they're all talking to each other. And I'm not even going to try to demonstrate that point anymore. I'm going to declare it demonstrated at this point, and we'll continue to read Aristotle as we understand Aquinas.
Okay. But if the kinds of causes had been infinite in number, then also knowledge would have been impossible. For we think we know only when we have ascertained the causes. But that which is infinite by addition cannot be gone through in a finite time.
Now, here's a part where Aquinas might be sophisticating Aristotle a little bit, because I noticed, that when Aquinas is getting rid of infinite regression, he is specifically not using language that is limiting it to the temporal. Okay, so we're laughing about the fact that it seems at times that Aquinas is just copy pasting Aristotle, and he is quoting Aristotle sometimes, but there's an awful lot where he's not just pointing out that this is all stuff Aristotle said, and so it looks a little bit like plagiarism. But we can also notice the advances that are being made, because now that we have calculus, we could take Aristotle's infinitesimal, we could take an infinitesimally small amount of time that's necessary for the beginning causal events and say, why can't you have an infinite series of causal events if the causality between the dominoes, if you go back far enough, becomes infinitely small in a temporal respect? Aquinas's argument wouldn't fall for that. Now, that's not exactly the argument Aristotle's making here. He's making an epistemological argument, which is that if we could have knowledge at all, then this can't go back infinitely. But the reason why he's saying is that it would take too much time, because we can't consider an infinite number of causes no matter how much time we have. And the way Aquinas puts it is the infinite would destroy our ability to do all of this. And so we have to know that the opposite is true here, but he doesn't limit it just to the infinite temporally, which could be gotten out of. So anyway, it's a small difference, but it is a sophistication. I feel like we got to point out some of those, since it's so much copy paste.
Well, if you have a curved graph and you're trying to use calculus to calculate the area under the graph, of course, that is a task that's if you really are eager, it has infinite potential to go on forever.
Yeah, but the answer could be determined.
You can just add the Riemann sum to infinity, toward infinity, and it will go on and on and on and on, and your precision will just go up.
That's another
your precision can always go up. The thing is, in science, in mathematics, whatever, in engineering, you kind of already have pre-established what level of precision you need. So some engineers are even joked at, people joke at them by using only 3 as pi. you know, as the just consider pi 3 and just get on with it. But it depends on what you want to do. It depends on if you want to make a really big building with round facades or something like that, or you're just doing something really rough. It depends, man. And in science, of course, as well. For after some level of precision, you're not gaining anything statistically relevant. So, you know, it's just a waste of energy, of effort. But in terms of you know, the consequences, the chain of consequences that it could go toward the past in infinity. Yeah, that wouldn't be a good thing.
All right, I'm sorry that I keep slowing us down, but I don't want to rush this. So let's just keep doing it. We might do 2 or 3 videos to add all these supplements if we have to. So
yeah, okay. So the effect which lectures produce on a hearer depends on his habits, for we demand the language we are accustomed to, and that which is different from this seems not in keeping, but somewhat unintelligible and foreign because of its unwantedness, for it is the customary that is intelligible. The force of habit is shown by the laws, in which the legendary and childish elements prevail over our knowledge about them owing to habit. Thus, some people do not listen to a speaker unless he speaks mathematically, others unless he gives instances, while others expect him to cite a poet as witness, and some want to have everything done accurately, while others are annoyed by accuracy, either because they cannot follow the connection of thought, or because they regard it as pettifoggery. For accuracy has something of this character, so that, as in trade, so in argument, some people think it mean. Hence, one must be already trained to know how to take each sort of argument, since it is absurd to seek at the same time knowledge and the way of attaining knowledge, and it is not easy to get even one of the two. So, yeah, constructing an epistemological system that's reliably works, yeah, it's kind of like a philosophical challenge in and of itself, and then using it to gain knowledge is also quite a big task. The minute accuracy of mathematics is not to be demanded in all cases. So pretty much a lot like I was saying, but only in the case of things which have no matter. Hence, method is not that of natural science, for presumably the whole of nature has matter. Hence, we must inquire first what nature is, for thus we shall also see what natural science treats of, and whether it belongs to one science or to more to investigate the causes and the principles of things. Yeah, so this is the end of book 2. I can also show you the rest of the slides.
Let's stop for a quick moment. People are very fond of saying that mathematics is the language of science. In fact, it's the language of the cosmos. Yeah. If you want to hear a very contemporary and very eloquent argument of this same paragraph, it's that thing I referenced earlier by Stephen Fry. He says, there is no A. You can't say A is not the same as not A. There's no things that are A. Let's actually measure what's here and stop being so abstract about everything. It's worth looking at. I won't include it because when we upload to YouTube, God knows how many problems it'll have, but it's something you might search out. Okay, let's go back to the slides. I agree with you. Let's do that.
Yeah, it's almost like mathematics is a symbolic hallucination that incidentally really works when used to make predictions or describe patterns of the universe.
Oh, sorry.
It works so crazily and reliably, that it allowed all this engineering.
Tartaglia has studied a lot of mathematics, and he has a class coming for this university on Gödel's incompleteness theorem and how to derive it and how it works and how Gödel numbers work and what the actual implications of it are, because he hears people misattributing it to mean things that it might not mean, and all of that fun stuff. He studied mathematics quite a lot. He said something to me that made me laugh once. I'm just going to repeat it with no further comment. He said, mathematicians are the least mature thinkers. I really feel like there's something to that. Let's move on from that. Let's do your slides.
Yeah, let's see what we have here.
There's something infantile. All right, let's move on.
Okay, let's see. Oh, we've gone to the beginning.
Remind ourselves. Yep.
Yeah, so we had this sequence that we've seen in both Aquinas and Aristotle. So
yep.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if somebody was wondering if we were going on too much about Aquinas being Aristotelian, we can rest our case now. You've heard the same arguments made in the same way with the same thought processes, using the same terminology. That was pretty fantastic. Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, and we only have seen a very small sample of Aquinas' work and Aristotle's work side by side. But given the example, probably it's more or less, most of it is more or less the same thing. He's systematically and abundantly drawing from Aristotle.
We'll have opportunity to see that as we go. As we read more Aquinas, we might come back to Aristotle again and do this again.
It's not that it's plagiarism. At least he went to a really good source.
There's this definition of plagiarism that I like. It says plagiarism is saying something worse, saying something somebody else said worse. And I think Hitchens revised it and said, actually, plagiarism is saying something somebody else said and not improving it at all. Yeah. It's only plagiarism if you don't add anything else to it. There's a lot of. Go ahead.
Yeah, and he did in fact add a lot.
He did, but he sure as heck started somewhere, and it's 99% copy paste. Look, I'm not.
Yeah.
I hate how much that gets emphasized because I don't want to make it seem like dismissive, and there's no reason to be dismissive of Aquinas, but. If you wanted to make that point, you've more than proven it. I mean, there's quite a lot of copy paste going on here. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah. So my kind of gut feeling in the first two sessions with you, that there's a lot of Aristotle there. Yeah, completely validated.
Yeah, I we don't often end conversations in philosophy. We debate them forever, so this could be continued, but I think we just give the win to Roger right now. I think we just say, point to you, point proven. Let's see what else you have to show here.
Yeah, so in the metaphysics, there is these two concepts, degrees of truth and being, and the philosophical lexicon. This idea of that we read, what is more true is more a being. There is a maximum in every genus. Something that is most true, most good, most noble, and therefore maximally a being. So yeah, it supplies the philosophical.
All of that's in Aristotle. If you want to know what we're talking about, just watch the previous videos where we were reading the Summa Theologica. These are ideas that Aquinas is putting forward, and they come from Aristotle. Awesome. Good deal.
Aristotle is the supplier of powerful philosophical frameworks for absolutely mind-boggling theology.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and as for the philosophical lexicon, so definitions of principle, cause, element, nature, necessity, one, being, substance, potency, and related term. Well, Aristotle was a quintessential wordsmith who he created words by necessity because he was basically treading so much new terrain. So Aquinas relies on his shared vocabulary throughout the Summa's natural theology. substance, form, act, and potency. So it uses the word
Uses it in
ousia,
that way. Yeah, he
yeah,
does.
primary being. And as for form and matter, hylomorphic composition explains change. Pure form without matter is possible only for immaterial substances. So, yeah, stretching toward the divine. Act and potency.
Aquinas, all the definitions, the way they're
Yeah.
using concepts and the words, absolutely.
Actuality is prior to potentiality in definition, time, and substance. This is the key to pure act.
Wait a minute. Wait. Did you reverse those words there? Don't you mean
Actuality.
potentiality is prior to actuality?
Actuality is prior to, no, yeah, it's not okay. This is reversed. Yeah, of course.
Did I get it wrong?
Both Aristotle and Aquinas, they refer that potentiality is prior. Yeah, this is
Oh, it's just a typo.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's a typo.
I
Yeah,
was
you're
sitting here
right.
like, whoa. I've not understood any of this. This is the opposite. Okay, it's just a typo. Okay, fine. We can fix that. That's fine. Oh, that's I gotcha. Okay. I'm sitting here like, whoa, wait a minute. Explain this to me. How is potentiality? Okay.
No, you're okay. You're
Gotcha.
right.
That's fine. Okay. I'm following you now. Okay. Nothing can be pure potency.
Pure actuality is the highest mode
This is
of
all
being.
Aquinas. Okay. Watch our previous videos and look at how much is there. Okay.
As for pure actuality and the divine, so there are three kinds of substance: perishable, sensible; eternal, sensible; heavens, and unmoved, immaterial. This is part of what we went through. Necessity of pure act. Eternal continuous motion requires a cause, that is pure actuality, so there is no potency that could fail. It moves as object of desire, so the first mover moves the first heaven as the object of thought and desire without itself being moved. Yeah, as if God is an extremely attractive female, that the other planets are ogling this female and they move for her, basically, they dance for her. This is an argument very famously by Aristotle in the Metaphysics, and Aquinas draws from it. Thought thinking itself, God's activity is noesis, pure self-contemplation. This is life most good and eternal. So there is one primary mover, though multiple unmoved movers may exist for the celestial spheres, angels or something like that. The first is unique and supreme.
Yeah, that space seemed to be open in Aquinas too. That's quite curious. Let's move on past that, and we'll have chances to examine that in Aquinas later. But that's interesting.
Yeah. So from pure act to ipsum esse. So there is the fourth way, reference in Metaphysics 2.
Well, in the fourth way, are you talking about the fourth argument for God's existence in the last video we looked at in Aquinas?
Yeah. Yeah, that's because
that relies on the metaphysics. Okay.
It mentions the degrees of perfection terminate in a maximum that is cause of all lesser degrees. There's the divine simplicity. So God,
all right, so once we're done with these videos looking at Aristotle and other things to help elucidate what's going on with Aquinas, our next video is going to be on the next treatise, which is God's simplicity. So we'll be getting into that after this.
Yeah. Then essence equals existence. In God alone, essence and existence are identical, while creatures receive existence from another. And God as first cause. Metaphysics 12. The unmoved mover is reread as creator, the source not only of motion but of being itself. Notice here that Avicenna's comments on Metaphysics 12 are also something of which Aquinas draws from. So Aquinas, knowingly or unknowingly, he also draws from Avicenna.
Probably knowingly, but
yeah. But though maybe we might find him quoting him, naming him. As for Aristotle, so there are these Aristotelian concepts and how they are used in Aquinas. So unmoved mover, God as pure act, first efficient cause, final causality, the fifth way of demonstrating God's existence. There are the degrees of being. So for the fourth way, maximum being as cause of all perfections. So an act prior to potency, the foundation of divine simplicity and immutability, thought, thinking itself. So very famously, an Aristotelian argument used by Aquinas as the divine knowledge and life. God knows all by knowing himself. Yeah, so basically this is the end. We've seen these both physics and metaphysics and how they were drawn from Aquinas drew from Aristotle and repurposed them, especially for his theology here. A lot of theology going on. That's the title of the book.
Theology that Aristotle had,
with
some tweaks and maybe some sophistications, maybe mistakes, who knows? But it's
the
theology is also shared with Aquinas. I mean, with Aristotle.
Yeah. Aquinas got perhaps the best theology in the entire Western tradition. It's like a one in a lifetime find for someone who really likes this. I'm not sure if he was the first scholastic to encounter Aristotle, but at least
scholastic is the definition of scholastic includes the idea of obsessed with Aristotle. So that's the idea. When we're talking about medieval thinkers, they're not all scholastics. The scholastics are obsessed with Aristotle by definition. Aquinas, let's just say he's the king of the scholastics. So he might not be the first, but he's the king of the scholastics.
Yeah, so here is a kind of a repeat of some things, but as we were talking, Aquinas does not merely repeat Aristotle. He transforms the unmoved mover into the creator who gives being itself.
Is that a transformation? That seemed to be in Aristotle.
Yeah, but I don't think Aristotle says that it is an unmoved mover, but Aristotle, I don't believe, writes or says that it is a creator, a cosmic creator. At least it doesn't come out
like personal connotation.
Yeah.
Okay.
He changed kind of like Aquinas changed kind of like the connotation. He added flesh.
Well, we don't want to. Okay, so two things. We don't want to jump ahead and assume that we know what he's talking about, because when he makes the argument that God exists, he's not proving everything about God. He's just demonstrating God's existence, and that might be shared with Aristotle. We'll have to see as he goes further if he does go further than Aristotle, if he goes further because he's been launched by Aristotle, if he goes astray and Aristotle would directly disagree with him. We don't know where it's going to go from here, but so far, I don't see a lot of new ideas being smuggled in by Aquinas that Aristotle might not have also shared. I mean, when Aquinas says God exists, you and I might bring a bunch of baggage to that and say God with a certain personality trait exists, but all Aquinas has established so far is an unmoved mover must exist.
Yeah.
So he might go somewhere else with it after. But I will also say, though, that there is a hint in what we've seen so far of Aquinas, and I think this is shared with Aristotle too. We might have to go back and look again, of noticing a choice, and a choice is a personal thing. So noticing a choice to create as knowing a little bit more about this creator than just the fact that there must be a first domino that doesn't need to be knocked into to knock over the other ones. But that might be shared with Aristotle. I'm not sure that's a transformation.
Yeah, I think we will see this and get to know both of them better and how they compare with each other as we go on.
Agreed.
Which I think will be fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so that's brilliant, dude. First of all, thank you so much for putting that together. Secondly, anybody who wanted to disagree with you, I think they should just run and hide, because the point's been proven. Point's been solidly proven. And
yeah.
so that's solidly good. We are not going to get into any other sources today. We will have to do another video. So here's a couple of things. No. Tomorrow there might be a lot of really cool stuff that we do, and I won't even talk about it. I'm not even going to talk about it. Let's end it there. Let's end it there and say, we're going to have to do some more videos on these other philosophical things. I mean, Aquinas, excuse me, Aquinas is directly disregarding a William Jamesian argument. He's directly saying, Anselm, your idea won't work. There's all sorts of other philosophy. There's a Meno paradox showing up. There's all sorts of other things that we could be looking at, and we've already looked at a couple of them. But we're going to look at more in another video, most likely tomorrow. That's all I'm going to say. But there's some really cool stuff coming up with all of that. Roger, on behalf of everybody who's watching and myself, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. That was freaking awesome. And that's going to help out with all of our studies as we try to figure out this Aquinas guy. So this won't be the only video that supplements. We're going to have to do another one and maybe even a third. Tartaglia is coming back to debate Aquinas. I'm going to have to play Aquinas's advocate, and we're going to debate the first treatise about whether or not human reason is all that you should rely upon when trying to get to knowledge or not. That's going to happen, and at least one more video on supplements is going to happen. I'm going to hint at this. The cosmology is different than astrophysics, and cosmology in Aristotle was pointed at as well as just astronomy. Tomorrow, of the many things we might be covering in multiple different videos, including the next video to supplement Aquinas, we might be looking at the discarded image, and I won't even describe it any more than that. But let's look at how the medievals thought of cosmology and how it's different than astrophysics, and how these domes exist on top of each other, and movers and other layers of movers, and us here on Middle Earth. They understood, as you can see from Aristotle and from Aquinas, that the earth was round. They knew the physics of it, but cosmology isn't about the shape of the earth. It's about your place in the cosmos. And so that's another legitimate study. And we're going to be reading somebody who is very excellent on all of that. So we'll do that tomorrow as another piece of supplement to all this. I'm going to shut up and say, are there any final words that you'd like to say on all of this? And then we're going to call it quits.
I'm just really enjoying getting to know Aquinas better. He's completely a new figure to me, and I share with him a passion of studying the ancients, such as Aristotle. So I can kind of relate to him, and I also really love figuring out good arguments regarding God. So this is being awesome. Yeah, it's great.
I agree, man. I'm so glad you're here. This is going to keep getting better and better all the time. So anybody who's watching, we stream on X, we upload to YouTube after that. When we stream on X, if you look in the comments, you will often find links where you can join us, just like Existential Audis joined us today. You can come in and you can say your piece and you can add to the conversation. I'm going to hit end stream. Hey, one more simultaneous sip. How about that?
Yeah, man. Let's
Finish
go.
this drink. All right. And it happens now. Go. Thank you very much.